relieving pain. It's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Virtua Health. Real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun.
Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Let's jump right into it because we got a lot of breaking news, but Phil Almquist, all you Phil timers, stand by. Just want to update you off the top what's going on because we had jury selection, and today, right now, as I'm speaking, the opening statements are beginning with the trial of Maurice Hill. It would be 6 years this coming up this summer, this August, if you remember that. And all the networks were here reporting live. It was crazy at the time. I should go back to look at my tweets. But if you remember this, it was an active scene where they were just trying to search a warrant. They come in this is in Philadelphia, obviously. And this guy is accused of opening fire on these officers. Now, nobody, thank God, nobody was killed that day. But it was a tense standoff all day, gripped the city. And I remember tweeting out the fact that there were news choppers that were overhead. And I was on social at the time, it was Twitter, on social media, and I was putting out there saying they're watching television. They're watching television and they're getting the officers' locations back off. And so because there were people saying that, it was true. These guys inside, this guy was watching TV and so knew which direction to shoot in. But it was tense. It was crazy.
I want to send people youtube.com/@12WPHT. Dawn, up on the screen right now, we have one of those vantage points that you're talking about. And there's a lot of social media pushback on this exact shot because, as you can see, youtube.com/@12WPHT, you can see a SWAT vehicle pulling up, and it kind of just shows the location of all the police there that are hiding alongside the building. Yeah.
And so at the time, it was, and I think it was 6 ABC, NBC 10, all the local stations, And I remember one of them did pull back quite quickly. I think it was maybe, it was probably Fox 29, Steve Keeley, whoever has the, but then the others didn't because they were trying to be competitive. Do you know what I'm saying? And so then finally the city put that out there and said, hey, news choppers, back off because you're putting our officers in danger. But in any event, this 41-year-old guy with quite a rap sheet, Maurice Hill, was accused of shooting those 6 police officers. North Philadelphia, it was Nicetown, Tioga. The summer is a hot summer of 2019. Then Commissioner Rich Ross, who's, I knew him for years back from when he was, Captain Ross, and he was a great guy. I really always appreciated him, and I was really sad to see him go, especially right before the pandemic, which teed us up to have basically a lesser police commissioner, if you will, at that time, Daniel Outlaw with Kenny, and the whole thing was a mess. But in this case, Larry Krasner, the DA, shows up at the scene and negotiates. And at the time, there were people saying, wait a minute, he's the chief prosecutor, this is inappropriate, but they were able to get this guy to surrender. So now we have this trial ongoing. Will the defense attorneys for Mr. Hill, who's a 41-year-old with, like I say, quite a rap sheet from the time he was 18 years old, will the defense use this and say this was a conflict by the DA's office? So we're waiting to get more information on that one. We also had Nadine Menendez, wife of former U.S. Senator Bob Menendez, a.k.a. Gold Bar Bob. So she was convicted yesterday of teaming up with her husband to accept those bribes, the cash, the gold bars, the luxury vehicle from those 3 New Jersey men, business guys looking for help with their business dealings and or legal troubles. At least 2 of those businessmen also confessing and turning evidence. So in this one, Menendez, the former senator, he faces 11 years prison term, and he's to be sentenced in June. What will she get as far as Nadine Menendez? We have that going on. So much happening, but we want to take a pause because we didn't get to our own Phil Almquist. So I'm honored to have, for all of you Phil timers, this is a treat that we have Phil here.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kale and Company.
Hale and Company, that was one of the big stories, that his chief of staff had been moved over to special projects. And so that was one of the things that happened. So they're kind of saying, well, the chief of staff was the one who apparently set up that Signal chat. And we don't have them, I don't think, directly addressing whether or not it's true as to who was included in this, in this group text or whatever it is. But he's saying it's not true. So we have that going on. Also, the first GOP lawmaker to publicly suggest that the president should fire Hegseth, Don Bacon of Nebraska, a Republican on the House Armed Services Committee. He yesterday became the first GOP lawmaker to publicly suggest. He said, I'm not in the White House. I'm not going to tell the White House how to manage this, but I find it unacceptable, and I would not tolerate it if I was in charge, unquote. So he had initially told Politico, and now that has gone viral. They're claiming there's chaos at the Defense Department and reigniting Republicans' fears about Hegseth's leadership abilities. So we have that going on. Now, remember Trump, when he spoke out yesterday, one of the things he said was he talked about recruitment. And so without naming Hegseth, I think that was in part when he talks about how the recruitment is up, military recruitment as well as law enforcement recruitment, and really trying to bolster all of our forces, whether it's local law enforcement, statewide, federal, etc., but especially the military. I think Trump credits Pete Hegseth, what is he, early? He's like, I think he just turned, I think he's 44. I think he has a June birthday.
Wow. Right on money.
44?
Yeah.
I think he's a Gemini, June birthday. So he's going to turn 45. So I think he has been out there I think he's respected by military. I think he's been good as far as the recruitment situation, but we'll see moving forward.
Here's what Trump had to say yesterday at the egg roll, Dawn.
I mean, I hear they're doing that whole thing again. Here we go again. Just a waste of time. He is doing a great job. Why do you still have confidence? Because he's doing a great job. Thanks, ask the Houthis how he's doing. Ask the Houthis how much there's function there. There's none. Pete's doing a great job. Everybody's happy with him. We have the highest recruitment numbers I think they've had in 28 years. No, he's doing a great job. It's just fake news. They just bring up stories. I guess it sounds like disgruntled employees. He was put there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what he's doing. So you don't always have friends when you do that.
So there it is. I mean, I think he's fine for now, but at some point, if all of this doesn't go away at some point, and they find out something, then obviously it's not everybody. When Trump says everybody's happy with him, everybody doesn't matter. I think what matters is this is an audience of one. Trump's happy with him right now. The president's happy with him, thinks he's doing a good job, thinks it's fake news, and so he stays. I think he's perfectly fine. I don't think they're going to fire him over this for now.
The Army, Air Force, and Marines, you are up 108% in November, 119% in February, 108% after the election, 105% with the Navy. With the Marines, up 112% and 100%. They are through the roof. The U.S. Air Force, 100% of its goal. Same thing in February. And Space Force is also booming, over 100%. I think the warfighters are happy to have a warfighter up top. Mr. Secretary, with all this controversy, everything swirling around, have you ever doubted your decision to take this job?
Oh, not for a minute. I didn't hesitate when the president asked me, and I haven't hesitated for a moment, because those numbers are a reflection of why we're here. We call it the Trump bump internally. The reality is when war fighting and lethality is brought back, and it's serious, that what we're doing here is serious about getting after soldiering and war fighting, American people want to come back in. They want to sign up. These recruiting numbers don't surprise me. They don't surprise me one bit. They're a reflection of a yearning from the American public, of young people, to be proud of their country, to be proud of their military, to make sure when they serve they're given everything they need. That's why I've fought for the budget that the Defense Department requires. And the president has said we'll have our first $1 trillion budget, because my kids My 14-year-old, if he joins, he's going to have a great military. He's going to have peace through strength because of the historic investments of this president. So, no, I haven't blinked, and I won't blink because this job is too big and too important for the American people, and I'm grateful for every opportunity the president has given me.
So the Senate Republicans account on X said Secretary Pete Hegseth is a veteran who's implementing President Trump's America First agenda. Disgruntled former employees at the Pentagon are trying to undermine the agenda that Americans voted for. Also, Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, she blamed the left, saying the libs and leakers are angry with Hegseth. He's a strong SecDef, that's his handle on X, at the little @ SecDef, who's shaking up the status quo at the Pentagon to fight back against America's greatest threats. Our military nation are stronger because of his courage to serve. And the list goes on and on. Tom Cotton, they're all pointing to sour grapes by fired Pentagon employees who were trying to undermine him and who needed to go. So that we have that. On the other side, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, remember her? She called for his resignation among many others. They called it gross negligence for his part. Dan, did he get asked, did Kilmeade in that first clip you played, did he directly ask the SecDef, did he ask Pete Hegseth, hey, did you share this stuff with your wife? Why is this being said?
I don't know for sure, but I can definitely find that out here in a second.
I mean,
I don't have a poll to answer your
Yeah.
question, but I don't know if he asked that question in the interview otherwise.
Because you owe it to him, and I know they're friends and they're former colleagues at Fox, but you owe it to, especially a friend, to ask that direct question. Because that's just it. To say, Pete, I know, or Secretary Hegseth, I know that you had said that this is fake news. I get it. But just for the record, to set it straight, where is this coming from? Was there anything that was shared somehow with a family member, with your wife, or is that just completely made up? What's going on? And I haven't heard that direct question where he directly answered it. He was asked yesterday in the clip that you played, you know what I mean? Yesterday, the media was asking him that, and he pivoted and just said it's fake news, but he that's all he said. It was fake news. So that's my question this morning. Where's that coming? Is there any bit of truth? Where's that coming from? So just to put it to bed completely, I don't think it's going to go away until they directly answer to that. What's up with the wife? Was there something that they're claiming that she was somehow that it was shared with her? That's weird to me. 855-839-1210. Oh my goodness, we have so much more to cover. A full cut sheet with Dan Borowski. We got Jimmy Kelly here. This is the Dawn Show. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm sorry for my nasally. I don't know what the allergy is, but maybe just spring, warm weather, nearly 80 degrees today. So maybe that's what's moving in, something new. Let me know if your allergies are acting up and what works. Be right back.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Happy National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. I'm Giordano for my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton. It's important to know the difference between a regular dentist and a board-certified prosthodontist. It takes several exams over years to become board-certified. In fact, fewer than half of 1% of dentists are nationally board-certified prosthodontics. Let Dr. Bentz design a customized plan for your long-term oral health comfortably and conveniently. BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how did it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Birthright citizenship is the biggest, costliest scam in financial history. An illegal alien can come here 9 months pregnant or on a tourist visa, 9 months pregnant, have a baby. That baby is then declared an automatic citizen, which then entitles the entire family to come here and live here, and every one of them
and
can
benefits.
get welfare. Yes, they can get unlimited welfare, applying as the custodian of this citizen, so-called child. The biggest financial ripoff of Americans in history, not to mention the fact that it is the #1 magnet for illegal immigration and invasion, and that is used by foreign governments to conduct espionage against the United States. Because now, we can keep out a foreign spy who has a visa, who's trying to get permission to board an airplane. But what happens when a foreign government uses this ridiculous birthright scam in order to create automatic citizens who then grow up as assets of a foreign government? So it's a major national security threat.
This is Stephen Miller. We can play the rest of that clip in a moment, but we just wanted to tee up our next great guest. And Stephen Miller really talking about these cases of mass migration, of illegal immigration, and some of the problems there within. And of course, SCOTUS, the Supreme Court, will take up one of these cases next month in May. So top White House aide, Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. The media is saying that he, in fact, was going on a rant. I think he made a lot of sense, but let's ask our next guest. Hans von Spakovsky returns, Senior Legal Fellow, Heritage Foundation, obviously DOJ, former FEC Commissioner, DOJ attorney, and with a brand new, I think just this week, Hans, you're starting a new podcast. Am I right here? Congratulations.
You are right. We started a new podcast that went out, and the first thing we talk about is the federal judge in Washington that has no military experience, who told the U.S. Department of Defense, "You want to change your military standards? I won't let you."
Yeah, I love it. And so it's called Case in Point. So that's how it starts, and you can follow it on X. Find his, it just started this week, The Game of Risk when judges think they're admirals, but it's Case in Point, and you can look at the little @ Case in Point pod. So it looks fantastic. We love all of your, your legal opinions, your great analysis. What do you make of, today's headline, Hans von Spakovsky is one of them, is that we have these illegals, the so-called Maryland father, and this story continues. I mean, as everybody's talking about the so-called Maryland father, they're not even talking about the fact that another illegal in that same area in Maryland, by the way, is he and his uncle are now charged in the murder, the strangulation of a 23-year-old Maryland mother. But nobody's talking about the Maryland mother.
Now,
and they keep talking. They keep talking about him as a Marylander. He's not a Marylander. Yeah. He's an El Salvadoran citizen, period. The immigration judges found that he was in the U.S. illegally. In fact, his lawyers admitted he was in the U.S. illegally. So anytime you hear anybody say, oh, it's a Maryland father, wrong. He's an El Salvadoran. He is not a U.S. citizen. And like I said, his own lawyers admitted he was in the U.S. illegally.
Yes. It's and I know that you also had strong opinions about the Associated Press, and you put that out on social media talking about the Associated Press, their lawsuit to get back into the White House. What's your take with the Associated Press and overall just the media bias that continues?
Well, the Associated Press sued the White House over access, and they did get a ruling, a narrow ruling in their favor, but they portrayed it as some huge win. What it basically boiled down to is there's like 1,300 reporters that have access to the White House. Some of it's fuller than others. Others are more limited. There's a very small press pool. That's about 24 people. And that press pool, if you're in that press pool, you get access to everything, okay? And the Associated Press had 2 permanent seats in that press pool. And the White House came in and said, well, we're taking over control of this. There's now only going to be 1 wire service seat. And you, Associated Press, are not going to have access to it. The other wire services will, people like Reuters. So AP sued, trying to get their 2 permanent seats back. And what the judge said is, no, you don't have any right to permanent access. However, if there's a wire seat, 1 seat that rotates among the wire services, yeah, you do have a right to be in that rotation. So what did the White House then do? They got rid of the wire seat and said that seat will now rotate between the wire services, including AP, and press reporters.
Which is fair.
Which is totally fair. And what was the point of the White House getting rid of the 2 permanent seats for AP? Because they said, we want to bring in new media. Because before the White House took control, it was those press seats were controlled by the White House Correspondents Association, a very liberal organization that had excluded conservative media from it. In fact, just a little while ago, the president of the White House Correspondents Association left Politico to do what? Go become a host at MSNBC. That tells you a bit about his politics.
Amen. I know that the Supreme Court, is in session as I speak, started at 10 o'clock this morning. Multiple cases. One of them, case of Mahmoud v. Taylor, Montgomery County Public Schools, presenting those issues on First Amendment rights for the content presented in public schools and of family parents. Really, to me, it's a kind of a parents' rights issue to opt out of specific materials. It's something I mean, people have dealt with this across the country. I can think of multiple cases here in Pennsylvania where I'm broadcasting from, but as well, South Jersey, there were some, important cases where we talked about this. What's your take on this one, Hans?
Well, look, what this case is about is that the Maryland public schools are basically feeding gay propaganda to the kids. And it used to be that parents could opt their kids out of the classes where that propaganda was being taught. Okay, and it is propaganda. Apparently too many parents were opting their kids out of that, and so the leftists who run the Maryland school system said there will be no more opt-out.
Yeah.
And all these parents have sued. And listen, it's a combination of parents of different religions, Muslim parents, Jewish parents, Christian parents, all suing and saying, you are violating my religious beliefs by forcing my children to read and be taught these materials. And it's not that they're saying you got to get rid of it. They're just saying that opt-out provision has to be brought back because you're violating my First Amendment rights by not allowing me to take my kids out of it. I frankly think that they are going to win because this was clearly done for ideological reasons by Maryland school authorities.
Yeah. Yeah, and you think about what's going on right now in Maryland. I mean, they really are making a lot of headlines with obviously the so-called Maryland father, that case that I referred to. I wanted to pivot to something, and that is, you have put out there and supported Pam Bondi. Obviously, you're a former DOJ attorney yourself. But when Bondi ordered the Department of Justice in February to cut off all federal funding to sanctuary cities, and you called it a powerful first move for cities
Right.
like Philadelphia. I mean, Hans, I'm reporting from Philadelphia, sanctuary city. So what impact do you think moving forward that has? Our Mayor Sherelle Parker really has not said too much publicly about this. She's been rather quiet, which I think says volumes. But why do you think that's such a powerful first move? And what do you expect in the next steps by DOJ to bring forth law and order across America?
Well, look, a lot of people don't realize, but the Justice Department gets a huge amount of money from Congress every year, literally billions of dollars that they don't use for prosecuting cases. It's given to Justice to then distribute to state governments and city and local governments. And that money is supposed to be used for improving law enforcement at the local level. Well, when you have a city like Philadelphia or Boston saying, we're not going to help you enforce federal immigration laws. In fact, if we arrest and convict illegal aliens for local crimes, no, we are not going to notify you so that you can pick them up when they've served their sentence. No, we're going to release them back into the community, these dangerous criminals. Why should they be getting any money, federal money, for improving law enforcement when, in fact, they're doing everything they can to hurt law enforcement in their city? So I think a lot of towns, a lot of cities have become dependent on that federal money, and I think this is a big stick that the federal government can and should use, and it's perfect common sense to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I do want to there's so much I want to ask you about and pick your brains about, but I wanted to ask you about the case of the wife of the detained Columbia student, Mahmoud Khalil. She announced the birth of her son, that she's very upset and blaming President Trump and the administration for not allowing her husband out of a Louisiana prison for the birth of their son. What do you make of this case? We have this case where we have all these fathers. We got a Maryland father. We have Mahmoud Khalil, who's a father, the Columbia student, who I think he's 30 or around 30-ish, so he's not a kid. What do you make of these cases and how you think versus, I know, Hans, that most Americans don't get into this issue, but are you concerned about the constitutional rights or just, the fact that maybe these individuals are being denied their due process?
No, the answer to that is no. I congratulate her on the birth of her child, but if she wants to get her husband back, then maybe she should have said to him, you should not be supporting a terrorist organization. This man, this Columbia student, helped instigate and organize the violent protests at Columbia University that supported Hamas, which has been a designated terrorist organization since 1997. And under federal immigration law, the Attorney General can order the deportation of aliens who are in this country, and he was an alien, who's not a U.S. citizen, for a whole set of reasons. And one of them is endorsing or espousing terrorist activity or endorsing or espousing support for a terrorist organization. By what he was doing, he fits right within that federal statute. So I have no problem with removing someone who is a guest in our country for endorsing and supporting a terrorist organization.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I just think there are so many people, even Joe Rogan, we played a clip earlier this morning of Joe Rogan saying, well, especially in the case of the so-called Maryland father, we should be concerned about due process rights. And we always want to preserve those because that's kind of our thing as Americans. But, from a legal standpoint, are you concerned about the so-called, individuals like that Maryland father or those other individuals who I don't hear anybody in the media, with the exception of this one individual, nobody's protesting the fact that hundreds of individuals were scooped up, accused, human traffickers, gang members, etc., and they're in the mega prison, so-called, in El Salvador. So it would seem that what the media by omission is admitting to is by omission that, yeah, the rest of them, they were some pretty bad hombres. We got rid of them, but was their due process somehow violated?
Well, I don't believe so, and certainly not with Mr. Garcia, the El Salvadoran from Maryland, because he, in fact, had two immigration hearings before an immigration judge where he was represented by lawyers. So he had all the due process to which he is entitled under federal immigration law, and it's at those hearings where his lawyers admitted that he was in the United States illegally. The only reason he wasn't immediately ordered deported was because one of the judges gave him a waiver because Garcia claimed he was afraid of a gang back in El Salvador called Barrio 18 that was targeting him. Well, if some people do a quick Google News search, they'll find that Barrio 18 is no more. Yeah. The El Salvadoran president, when he came in, used his emergency powers to go after some of the worst criminal gangs in El Salvador, including Barrio 18, and basically he smashed that organization. So the one reason he had for not being immediately deported is now gone. So there's no reason for him, one, to be left in the United States, and two, anyone who says he didn't have his due process rights obviously hasn't read the details of his case.
Yeah, very well. Listen, you're so knowledgeable. Congratulations, Han von Spakovsky, Hans Baby, as Yoli always calls you, which I love. Great reference to a great Christmas movie. But it's
Can I ask
sure,
Hans
Dan.
a quick question? Because this is just happening live. It just happened on CNN. Rosie O'Donnell joined and actually called out the Heritage Foundation. I didn't know if Hans would want to respond to that. Hans, can I play that clip and hear what you got to say real quick?
Well, I don't know what she said, but anyone who takes her seriously.
Well, here you go, Hans.
Our country stands for as a beacon of shining light and freedom for the rest of the world. That should he do what the Heritage Foundation said he was going to do in that Project 2025, that we were going to be in big trouble. And it's as bad as they promised and even a little bit worse. And it's been heartbreaking and personally very, very sad to watch.
I'll bet you that Rosie McDonald has not read a single page of the 900-page Policy 25 book that has all our policy proposals of how to make the federal government run better. I bet you she hadn't read a single page of it.
I'll bet you're right. I'm going to go with you on that
Hans,
one.
Yeah. You too, sir. Yes.
Hans, until next time, and again, congratulations on the new podcast that just dropped. So make sure you follow him. Hans, thanks a million. Until next time.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Take care. So, yeah, that was great that she was just on. She does have, is her dog a black lab? She was with her dog.
Was she with her dog?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that. You know, Rosie, I feel badly for her because I think she has some mental health issues. She should just go for a walk with the dog, chill. You're in Ireland. Stay off CNN, mama.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Like, why still, like, if you say you want to be away from this whole thing and get out of the, why are you involving yourself?
I have no regrets. Not a day has gone by that I thought it was the wrong decision. I was welcomed with open arms. I knew after reading Project 2025 that if Trump got in, it was time for me and my non-binary child to leave the country. And although I was not one of the celebrities who announced that that's what I would do, I made the decision within my family and my therapist. And should he win, and then when he did, we made the plan into action, and we were gone before he was inaugurated.
You see that moving truck, the therapist, the dog, the non-binary kid. How old is the kid, by the way?
Teens, I think.
I feel sorry for the kid.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, go for a walk with your dog, and I don't know, escape from all that. I just think she needs to get away from it. Maybe it'd be good for her. It makes me sad. It really does. But you know what makes me happy? My guys at Marvin E. Cans, they'll be at my house tomorrow. I'll be talking about that tomorrow, what they're actually installing at my home. But Marvin E. Cans, my guys, you've heard me talk about them. You know, Jonathan Cans was with us for the TMF, the Travis Manion Foundation, the big fundraising day. Really appreciated him coming out because it's a third generation owned, locally family owned and operated, and military veteran founded company. So maybe you live in that older suburban home, and I want you to consider something that I'm doing, which is a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric, heating and air conditioning. So Mitsubishi Electric, it's a terrific solution. It's an awesome solution, I think, for a home that lacks the ductwork and could provide, by the way, up to $2,000 in tax savings. Yeah. So contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. I'm so excited. So we'll be posting some video and pictures of the latest project that they're doing in my house. But make sure you contact them. They're just great guys, so professional. MarvinEKans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
So we're covering all the live latest. There's so much breaking today with the White House and this afternoon. I know Dan and Dom have some big news that I know you'll be dropping and reporting, so I'm going to tease that. Shh. It's our secret. Dan has a secret with Dom.
I like the tone of...
Yeah. Little secret.
With the music, it's very...
the little...
Should do the rest of the show like this.
Yeah, right? In our whispery voice.
How you doing, Dawn?
How you doing, Borowski?
Welcome into the Dawn Sandler Show.
In our low voices. So we'll look forward to that. That's what we call a deep tease, and Don will be having a big announcement. But we do have to. I want to return to the Stephen Miller issue where he's saying, "Do we deserve to get repaid? Basically, reparations. Were we damaged by the mass migration welcomed in by the Biden administration?" I don't know, Dan. I think he kind of stole that from me because I've been saying we were damaged by the pandemic shutdowns.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but then what would we do? Who would pay the reparations? Unless you're going to sue individuals, we'd be paying ourselves, basically. So that seems silly. Right? Who's going to pay it?
Yeah.
I like this little music vibe. All right. So we have around the corner.
Talk about reparations.
Yes, reparations. Yes. We sound like NPR.
Maybe we'll cycle in some relationship advice.
Yes. Relationship advice. That's nice. Maybe I'll put on the YouTube chat. I should put the picture of what the flight attendants were doing on the airplane when we were flying back from Italy.
Ooh.
Maybe we'll do that. They were having some fun.
Wait.
I caught them in a little pose. So we'll get into that. Yeah.
Do you have a picture?
I do.
Oh.
I took a picture.
YouTube.com.
I took a video, frankly.
I can't sound sexy. It's just impossible for me.
You can.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT.
I sound sneezy.
Come join us.
Well, you've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about maybe redoing the siding, and this is the great time to do it, it's perfect. Chapman right now is offering 15% off. What are you waiting for? 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding. You can go to the website, I'll tell you it in a minute, and check out the pictures. James Hardy fiber cement siding is a beautiful thing, as well as Certainteed vinyl siding. These are some top choices, high quality. And siding, obviously, it's not just for the curb appeal and the beauty, although that's important, but the siding acts as that protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. You know that. More than 30 years of experience. Mike and Mark Chapman, they're great guys. Family-run, family-started business, and they complete every project with such care, such professionalism, and they go the extra mile. I can vouch for that. So don't delay on this. Really do this. Take advantage. 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. So call, you can text their local like-minded 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yes, we are live. We are local. We do have some new deets on the pontiff's funeral. It's this Saturday, 10 a.m. And yes, President Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania, among those who plan to attend in Rome as the funeral has been announced. But Pope Francis making a lot of news. Obviously, yesterday was a breaking news story in the wee hours of the morning, Easter Monday, that he had passed away. He had died. They said that it wasn't the pneumonia or the lung infection. It was essentially that I believe that what they said was he had a stroke. And then that's what happened in the night, in his sleep, dying peacefully. That was the word. But as well, there's another controversy, and some of you have been texting me, and I know this has gone viral, because my friend, Kathy Barnett, I love Kathy. Kathy had put out, as well as I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, among others, and they're not fond of this particular Pope, Pope Francis. And so that has blown up on social media as far as people saying this was anti-Catholic rhetoric. I don't read it like that. I should have had Kathy. I should have thought to text her and say, "Can you call in?" Yeah, so I know that has blown up with Kathy. But I will say this as I Kathy splain, but because you know me, my personality, I'm such an enabler. 855-839-1210. But I think what Kathy is saying, out of, if you look at the various popes over time, you think of John Paul. He was, my goodness, he was Pope from 1978 to 2005. And as those who've even served, right, I've interviewed many people who've said they love John Paul, that this Pope is not as popular, let's say. I would say as well, between the scandal that happened and then, we saw Pope Benedict serve under the clergy sex scandal. Since that scandal broke, I think that kind of was a shadow, if you will, over the papacy and over the church. Worldwide, the Catholic Church is surging in numbers, but not so much in America. And so that's significant to think about the impact of the clergy scandal, the coverage, and basically, I think in many ways, the closure of Catholic schools, I think that had a big effect. People felt betrayed. And then as well with the pandemic, I think all of that, and just people losing faith. And that's something that I think President Trump and First Lady Melania addressed. They were addressing it on Easter Sunday, and they were addressing it yesterday as well. And we aired that for a reason. Nobody really, I don't think many networks took that live. Dan found it on C-SPAN 2. But I think it's important to talk about that, to talk about faith and the importance of faith, and tie that in with what's going on in our country with the mental health crisis. And when you think of young people, one thing that's such a healer, right, spiritually, when you are a person of faith and you have that support network, if you will, of your faith group, whether it's church, synagogue, the mosque, etc., it brings together all the important aspects of family, friendship, but also faith, and that spiritual awareness and spiritual healing. And I think we're spiritual beings. And so to ignore that or let that die, I think is horrifying. And so the Pope, sometimes to me, Pope Francis, and you never want to speak ill of the dead, obviously, but I will say that I feel that sometimes it felt as if his main priority was not spreading the love of Jesus Christ, our Savior. It was more, sometimes he was talking about a political agenda, or maybe filling in a political agenda. And yet, why didn't the church really take up talking about the immigration issue, for example? Never really got involved in that one. So picking and choosing, but I think a piece of it, that maybe that's why Kathy Barnett and others have said, this Pope, maybe they question his focus on faith and putting faith and God first instead of a political agenda, because that's your job. You're not a politician, right? You're just somebody who's trying to lead people to God, to Jesus, and to find spiritual healing. I think that's my Kathy splaining, if I will. I think that's probably what she might say. but she's being accused of being anti-Catholic, and I don't think she is. But she did sign it off. I think on one of her ex posts, Kathy had said something about, from your Protestant sister or something like that. See, I'm a hybrid. I don't know if I told you this or I shared this with you, but I was because we moved every 2 to 4 years. So we were Lutheran, and my mom was raised Catholic. So I had that influence of my grandmother and my great-grandmother being Catholic. But then when we moved south, there are no Catholic or Lutheran churches, or there weren't really anywhere near. We lived in the rural South. When we moved there, I was 10, so we became Baptist. Then when we moved back up north, there are no great Baptist churches in Minnesota. We became non-denominational. And now, of course, I'm married in the Catholic Church for 25 years this June. And so we go to our Mother of Consolation. That's our local parish in Chestnut Hill. But so I can see both sides of Protestant and Catholic. So there's that.
Can I show an example of what religion can do, the beauty of togetherness? And this is a very strong example of people who believe religion, but this being the Amish, and the way that they live and just the compassion that they have. This is going viral as we speak, Dawn, because Chimney Rock, North Carolina was hard hit by the hurricane, and a bunch of Amish in Pennsylvania have taken it upon themselves to do something great. Take a watch, Dawn.
We work mostly in Chimney Rock, some down in Bat Cave.
These volunteers are members of the Great Needs Trust, an Amish community in Pennsylvania, offering not just their skilled hands and their time, but their compassion as well.
We wanted to help the people that had the disaster. Our heart just felt drawn to come help.
Since the storm, more than 2,000 volunteers have stepped in to help rebuild, and donations have poured in. Kindness from strangers, helping their neighbors.
All of the building material that's going into rebuilding these stores has been donated up to this point, and it's just been a tremendous recovery story that is ongoing.
They are not just fixing buildings in Chimney Rock. They are rebuilding a sense of community, one nail at a time.
It's just inspiring to me to see how people can pull together and work together and get something done.
It just fills my heart with joy, just watching people just get their life back again.
There's still plenty of work ahead, but for Chimney Rock, recovery is clearly in motion. And now these volunteers from hundreds of miles away have become part of this mountain town's future.
It's really a beautiful story with the Amish builders. And we know how the Amish come together here in central Pennsylvania, but the fact that they've been doing this, by the way, since January and helping those affected by the storms with dozens of the Amish, the craftsmen. They traveled to Boone, North Carolina, which is a beautiful country, really. And that was, it was just before Christmas. They started with building a bunch of sheds as tiny homes for people. And those were all individuals who were displaced by Helene from last fall, from last September. So they've continued on from all the way from last fall through December. They were back in January, and now they continue. And so they've done all these prefab homes. The total cost of one of the projects that I found online, $300,000, all donated by the Amish community. So workmen, women, children, all arriving. And I don't think anybody really asked them to come there. I know my sister in Illinois, she was part of a group. She went and volunteered through her church. But in one case, they just had trailers just filled with building supplies and tools, all the equipment and propane tanks they were helping out with. It is beautiful. And you're right, Dan. I would say this, it's not about religion. It's about faith.
It's about morality, too.
Yeah. But there's a difference. Sometimes religion divides us, and religion, I think, is more man-made, if you will. But I think something like faith, family, like you're saying, morality, That's all God made, and that's God bringing us together.
I would also argue, though, because you think about the backbone of the Amish community is Christianity, right? And one of their main tenets is compassion. It doesn't matter. They don't need money. They just want to help others.
Yeah.
And I think of that being one of the main foundations of Christianity. You often hear on conservative radio a push for, more Christian values. And it's not necessarily yearning for religious values when I hear that, but it's yearning for the Western values that are built on the morality of Christianity. And when you hear something like the Amish who are doing this out of just pure compassion, I think of what Christianity calls for, and that's compassion for others. And I look at society now and we don't care about one another at all. And I really think that goes hand in hand with the departure from Western values and the basis of, morality and Christianity. And, it comes from Judaism too. It's from the Bible,
Yep.
And we've been moving away from that. And it's so nice to see just a strong focus on religion back with Trump in the White House.
Yeah, I love it. And I thank you for that. Thank you for finding that. That was a great piece. But they continue on, these Amish volunteers, as they've been doing this for months, quietly, not getting a whole lot of attention. And so it's so cool that, what news agency was that? I'm just trying, was it on Facebook?
That was I just saw that the person that posted it was Matt Van Swall. I got it, you've grown to like.
Oh yeah, I love him.
I started following him because of you, but I can't find the sourcing on that. So maybe I'll reach out to him and see if he happens to have, unless that was him himself, but I don't think so.
Yeah, and they're, and they have the straw hats, and the women wear the white, the sort of white bonnets that they wear, and they all just work together. It's such a wonderful community bond that they have.
Looks like that might have been WCNC.
Okay, very cool. Christian station. But Pennsylvania, remember this. Remember the Amish farmer. Remember Amos. And I don't know if Don Jr. or somebody from the Trump family had actually visited, but remember what happened with the Amish as far as they were raided by the feds and even at the state level. Remember that when the SWAT moved in on the farmers, Amos the farmer, they're out there, Amish family, and shut down their farm, accused them of, having milk that, was tainted or what have you. And you never hear about that again. You've never heard of any problems, nothing like that. And so there really was this agenda that was, I'm glad that they obviously feel safer and freer with Trump in office. 855-839-1210.
Yeah, that was an NBC affiliate from Charlotte, North Carolina. There,
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yep.
Okay, so it's a beautiful thing. But Boone is up in the mountains. Boone, North Carolina. It's a beautiful country. If you ever get there, go in the fall. Oh, it's gorgeous. Great people, great food. 855-839-1210. Quick break. Get your take. Be right back.
Al Butticus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, May 13th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the Nasdaq and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So we have so much going on. By the way, A.J. Brown's stolen car, they did find it in Camden. Just updating you. Remember when I was coming off the air, we talked about A.J. Brown, Eagle, A.J. Brown's stolen car, and he had a lot to say about that. Somebody stole it in the wee hours of the morning, but I think it was by 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. They had located it. So A.J. Brown, his black, shiny, beautiful Mercedes-Benz was stolen in front of his Suburban.
I'm out here grinding for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I got to look for my car. Come on, man. Nah, but look, we already got the whip. See, I told you to just turn the car back in. Just turn it in now, and now you got to deal with the consequences, man. I'll tell y'all a little funny joke, man. This morning, when we was talking to the police, my little son going to come up and say, "Hey, Dad, Paw Patrol, Paw Patrol." I said, "Hey, everybody got jokes this morning, huh?" Yeah, and the joke's on you.
That's pretty cute. His little sweet. How old is his little son? That's so sweet. Paw Patrol, because Paw Patrol, they have the police dog who'll solve the problem.
2.5.
Oh,
2.5 years old.
So sweet. So this was the so they've located the 2022 Mercedes, his beautiful Mercedes. He was very upset about it. They could track it. He wrote, "Dear Philly, to whoever stole my car last night, I'll make you a deal. Bring back my car. I won't even press charges. Or when I find you today, it's going to be what it's going to be. Take it or leave it, my guy." It was pretty funny. So they found it in Camden, and it was in so obviously the car stolen from Haddonfield, New Jersey, but Camden police are the ones that located it. And so they said that the guy was parked right by a construction zone where there were already police. So my theory on this, seriously, this went viral. Everybody was talking about it. My theory on it is this guy realized, oh no, I stole AJ Brown's car.
Yeah.
And just kind of put it, where they'd find it.
Was that you that mentioned he probably has a GPS tracker in the car, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm assuming that, once he saw or heard, got wind of this video, maybe put it together, or maybe he noticed something in a glove compartment,
right?
And just ditched the vehicle. And, yeah.
It's like, oops.
But
sorry, AJ.
It sounds like they have the culprit, though, no? Or
they did make an arrest.
Okay.
They did make an arrest, and I reported the individual arrested, and we'll find out what exactly what are they charging this guy with? Stolen vehicle, what other charges? How did he steal the vehicle? Was it unlocked? Usually these cars, if you locked it, they have a pretty high quality, mechanism. So I don't know if it had the key in it, if it was parked out front of the suburban home. I'm really not sure. But they do have that suspect in custody.
Is he a South Jersey resident, or does he live in Philadelphia?
No, he's a South. I believe he lives in Haddonfield.
Okay.
New Jersey.
That makes sense.
So initially they posted it in the borough, but they had surveillance video captured, but the car was unlocked. It was stolen from his driveway.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. Well, he probably felt, I don't know, maybe but it wasn't in a garage. It was just in the driveway. So, yeah, you got to lock your vehicle.
Also,
and lock your door.
The thing is, maybe this isn't a self-locking vehicle, and he usually drives one that has auto locks, and he just assumed it'll lock by itself after he left the vehicle.
That's a great take.
Yeah.
I will bet you're right. That's so true. Well, we don't know if he got his Mercedes from, our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, but I will tell you.
If he didn't, he missed out.
I know. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of those beautiful sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. You can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by First Bank.
A much warmer air mass continues to build into the Delaware Valley today. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature well above average at 78. Tonight, mostly clear with a low 54. And for Wednesday, very pleasant, plenty of sunshine with a high 76.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provide smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. You can't stop it. Can't stop, won't stop. Where the brakes at? I give
Never stopping. We've got Kathy Barnett. As I know some of you were sounding off, and this has gone viral with Kathy Barnett. I don't know, Kathy. Are you causing what's going on here? You're embroiled in a social media battle over the Pope?
Am I?
I don't know.
Am I? I have no idea.
Stirring the pot? No,
I have no idea. You know, people need to realize that Twitter is not the real world. But if you're living on Twitter, stroking your cat, living all by yourself, and this is all you do all day long, then maybe it's real. But for the rest of us, it's not real. However, it is a wonderful platform to state your opinion on things, and we all have an opinion, and you get to state it, and then move on with your with real world life.
Yeah, the way that I had, and hello, thanks, by the way, thanks for, I was in Italy, and thanks so much. You always do a great job filling in, and we love your Saturday show. Yes, my friend. But I think there was a comment, I think Marley, which MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she made a comment. I think she called the Pope maybe a demon or what have you. But I think my take was that maybe for you, that you were saying there were other popes who you felt were more focused on faith and Jesus Christ and, fulfilling that faith and not so focused on politics. So that was that's my brief. I've been as you know, I'm on the air since 6 o'clock, so I don't know the whole the whole thing, but I think that's probably
I didn't
what's
even
going
know
on.
that there was. Yeah, I didn't even know that there was dirt being kicked up or dust being kicked up around my comment, because again, I don't live on Twitter.
Yes.
I say what I say and then I move on. But I did get wind that people have some opinions, and people can have their opinion, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But listen, here's the reality: is that there are a number of people, a couple of things, a number of people who want to romanticize, during postmortem, and they have and if they want to do that, that's perfectly fine. If you want to idealize someone to be something that they're not, you want to practice revisionist history on the life that they've lived, that's perfectly fine. You get to do that, but you don't get to force others to pretend that this particular pope, who has now passed, was more of an advocate for the practices of Jesus versus the practices of Klaus Schwab. And so that's the reality. When you have someone who was very lenient in his handling of the sex abuse crisis, that is highly documented. I'm not the only conservative who felt like he was very slow to act and failed to hold many bishops accountable. He was very vocal just this year against Donald Trump trying to secure our border. He was very much an advocate for open borders. I did not appreciate him removing Bishop Joseph Strickland of Texas, who I am hoping to have on my Saturday show really soon, but also stripping Cardinal Raymond Burke. I remember that, of his Vatican privileges. And the litany just goes on and on and on. His climate change advocacy, he was very open about that, very vocal about other social justice causes, very inclusive stance on LGBTQ, specifically surrounding transgenderism. And so you can romanticize him and idealize him to be anything other than more of a social justice activist than someone who was probably more leaning towards what we understand to be the biblical understanding of Christianity. If you want to romanticize and idealize him to be anything other, then you're more than welcome to do that. But for those of us who do not do revisionist history, we understand the fruits of his tree. For those of us who actually read the Bible, you can go to Matthew chapter 7. Jesus was very clear about us being able to identify a tree by the fruit that it bears. We are all bearing fruits. Galatians chapter 5, go check those out. And if someone is not, and you can tell what kind of tree you're dealing with or what kind of person you're dealing with based on the fruits or the actions of their life. This particular pope, he has a long history of actions. And from my perspective, those are not indicative of a tree that leans very heavily into following Jesus. And so I voiced that opinion, and that's my right to voice that opinion, whether you like it or not.
Yeah. So when you look at faith, and I was talking earlier as well, just about the fact that President Trump came out, Sunday, yesterday, and I love the fact that at the Easter White House egg roll, he said, we're here to celebrate the life of Jesus Christ. And he just said it, just very matter-of-factly. I personally loved that. And
I love it.
And so do you think that all of us, and Dan and his wife, Maisie, Dan loves the American Idol. Not really, but Dan.
Yes.
A little bit of guilty pleasure. Yeah,
But,
I don't love it. But.
I do too, Dan. I do too.
But did you watch the Sunday special? Because Dan was talking about the Carrie Underwood, where they had the gospel singers, and they had a dedication on Easter Sunday with Christian music. I mean, do you see a revival, as the president and first lady had talked about? They hope that there's a spiritual and faith-based revival in this country.
It is my hope. I certainly believe that we're on the precipice of something. We're about to give birth to something. And I believe that, and I don't think anyone has a crystal ball to know what it is we're about to give birth to. I pay very close attention to geopolitics, the world around us, how things are moving and flowing. And these are some very precarious times we're living in. But one of the things I've always been focused on, as you know, that is I don't think any of us own truth, but I believe truth exists. And I believe it's our individual responsibilities to go out here and to search it out as best as we can. And once we find something that we believe to be true, to plant a stake in the ground and hold our position. And I think in this culture, it's going to be very difficult to be able to speak truth versus, you know, kowtowing down to weak people's emotions. It's going to be very difficult to hold on to that truth and to speak that truth as unapologetically as we can with a smile on our face, because this kind of culture is constantly trying to get people to kowtow down. And I think we're going to have to really hold firm and know what truth is, know that it exists, and to stand our ground when we find some of it.
Yeah, and I earlier interviewed Hans von Spakovsky, asking him about today with SCOTUS taking up this Maryland case, which is basically a parental rights case, just to your point, Kathy, with parents being allowed to opt out of certain curriculum if they feel that it's in violation of their religious beliefs, such as pushing maybe an agenda with gender-affirming stuff. And so Hans's opinion, he feels that the parents' rights will win in this one, which would be, I think, good for all of us. Not even just based on religious rights, just parental rights. But with that, you know, you and I talk about our kids all the time in school. I mean, what's your take on that? Do you fear that this case, that in fact parental rights won't win out?
It is very possible. Look at where we're living right now. We have Supreme Court judges that are saying essentially the Trump administration is going to have to go case by case in order to deport someone from this country who's here illegally, may be a criminal, no matter whatever their background may be. We have judges citing that boys can, in fact, take showers with little girls or compete with little girls, just the past 4 years. And it's very interesting that we have a number of people. I mean, it's right now, and it's on both sides of the aisle. It's very crazy. For the most part, I've come off of social media just because it's not the real world. Yeah. And people are out here just very hyperbolic, a victim. Everybody's a victim. Every time you turn around, people are making up new reasons on why they are a victim, crying, cowering in corners. I mean, it's just ridiculous. We have a nation to fight for, to uphold. Democrats are unrepentant. They're literally flying off to El Salvador, fighting the good fight to bring back a documented MS-13 illegal criminal who beat his wife and children back to our country. This is the world in which we're living in. And when I see those who are supposed to be on our side of the political spectrum, you know, finding with their little microscopes reasons to be offended, I just swipe left. I have a whole life. I'm not interested in that. I'm fighting real battles. And I would just encourage each of us to figure out why you're still here on this side of heaven and get busy trying to build something that we can pass down to the next generation, because the world in which our children are going to inherit is going to be radically different than the world you and I had the wonderful opportunity of inheriting. And we need to get really serious, and we need some adults in the room who can remain focused on what's ahead.
Amen. Kathy Barnett, you're the best, and make sure you always tune in. Yes, thanks, Kathy. Always tune in to Kathy Barnett Saturdays for podcast Kathy 4, the number 4 Truth. So around the corner, we'll update you on Temple, the search for suspects, and these are underage suspects. A handful of at least 5 Temple students assaulted and or robbed over the Easter weekend. It was kind of a rough weekend. So we have an update on that one. And then as far as the jury has been chosen, the trial has begun of Maurice Hill, 41 years old, quite a rap sheet dating back to, more than 20 years, accused of shooting 6 police officers during that standoff back on August 14th, 2019. We'll update you on that one as well. So much to talk about. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Just trust me, you'll be fine. And when I'm back in Chicago,
So Philadelphia police working with Temple University police, still searching for more suspects, they say, following all of those assaults on Temple University's campus over the Easter weekend. And they released new video, new pictures, screenshots, especially of one suspect. Unruly, the Utes, the juveniles, hundreds of them swarming campus. They say that mostly Temple students were the victims here. And we're talking about 6 Temple University students, 5 or 6. 2 were robbed. All of them were assaulted, apparently, in all of this chaos over a 2-day period. And so they have arrested a number of them, but they're still looking for at least a couple more suspects.
Did you say Utes?
The Utes. So these were the suspects between the ages of 11 to 17-ish. One of those 8 people assaulted a 12-year-old girl. 12-year-old child, and it looks like, they've released the video of this one. I think this is a guy. I'm not sure. I can't tell, but there's one person with a hoodie, with a gray hoodie. The other one kind of has like a black hat, all dressed in black. So actually 2 suspects that they have screenshotted. But if you know who these people, you could identify them through I think some of the surveillance images that they've captured from buildings, from buses. Now there's so much video, so they really do hope to get these. Actually, they're looking for at least 3 persons of interest in connection to the one robbery that happened Sunday night, and that was West Montgomery Avenue. Most of them on or near the Temple University campus.
Is it just becoming something fun to do, to go down to the campus of Temple and wreak havoc? Is that what's going on here?
I think that essentially, I think we've seen this tone. It started during the pandemic where these underage individuals, they know that they're going to get a slap on the wrist. They're not going to be arrested. They're not going to be charged. They're not going to be held to account in a juvenile, facility. And that's what they need to do. These kids need to know that if you do this kind of, especially violence where you're assaulting somebody, that even if you're 12 or you're 13, you're going to a juvenile center. You're going away, and they're extracting you, and that it's a long road ahead to try to get through that.
YouTube.com/@12 and WPHT showing some footage of some of the chaos that went on that night.
Yeah, this one right here that you're showing is significant because I would say this, if you look at that, what's going on here as they'll swarm somebody, a victim. I know in one case they got somebody's wallet, took $40 out of it, then threw the wallet down. In some cases, they're shoving people to the ground. I believe that this case, which you see various girls and women, they did arrest a bunch of girls, I guess, underage girls, who were accused of assaulting another girl. And so some of them do have traditional garb as far as a hijab that they're wearing. Was there a religious aspect?
By Temple Police last evening, Sunday evening. Those individuals were all from one incident where they were between the ages of 11 and 15.
11 and 15.
And they assaulted a non-Temple student, a young girl who was 12 years old. So those 7 were detained and taken into custody and taken to the juvenile center where they were processed. The other incidents were on Saturday. There were 3 assaults and 1 robbery. I believe.
Yeah, and so this part I reported already. But in this case, remember the situation, and it was on a Philadelphia school bus, and the student, and I'm forgetting her last name, but I believe her first name was Christine, and she was a high school student who was trying to protect another younger student who was being bullied. So she, the victim, who was brutally beaten, she is Asian, and the girls who beat her were African American. And so nobody really talked about the fact with these different factions, is this somehow racial? Is it religious? I mean, I don't know the answer, but some of these beatings are brutal. And so we have to figure out what's going on. I don't have a condition update as far as the 12-year-old who was bullied. It looked like some people were trying to step in. But either way, I don't care if they're girls, if they're boys, whatever's going on, they need to get to the bottom of it and not let them think that they can get away with it, because that's what we've clearly seen in the past. I don't have an update for you as far as Maurice Hill, those opening statements. So the trial is underway. And I had asked the question earlier this morning, is this case where it's a trial in which this is an individual accused of shooting 6 Philadelphia police officers who, thank God, were able to survive the shooting. But this was a very violent situation, and I'll be curious, when I remember that Dom, I think, broadcasts from there that day. I think did part of the show or went down afterwards after his show. But this was a case that made huge national headlines because this standoff, which gripped the city, this happened over a day's period. So in other words, it wasn't until I think overnight or midnight the next day that this individual on trial now, Maurice Hill, he finally surrendered to the authorities. And then remember, Krasner was directly involved with that one. So we have that one going on. We have the Supreme Court in session. We've talked about that one. So there's a whole lot of breaking news. Am I forgetting anything, Dan, as I'm going through the list here to try to think of what we've been updating since 6 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, there's been a ton. You had Peg Seth, Fox and Friends, and then you had Stephen Miller's video. And Stephen Miller actually posted a viral video that's gone. It's a montage of just the left's coverage of the immigration border situation. I do have that prepared for you if you want that.
Yeah, let's listen in.
A Maryland man thought to be wrongly deported.
Maryland man Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
A Maryland man wrongfully deported.
A Maryland man who was mistakenly deported.
The Maryland man that was detained.
The Maryland man mistakenly deported to a prison in El Salvador.
They're not even trying to bring back a Maryland man.
He's a Maryland man.
Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man.
The Maryland man. Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
The Maryland man they
Maryland
shipped
father.
to El Salvador.
The Maryland man who was sent to El Salvador.
This man from Maryland.
A Maryland man, the case of a Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man.
Maryland man.
Maryland man.
That Maryland man.
The case of the Maryland man.
Maryland man.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, that's a Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
This Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Not one repeat either. It's impressive. It really is impressive.
It is. It's weird. But they're not saying Maryland father. Isn't that interesting? It's Maryland man.
Yeah.
But as Hans von Spakovsky said, he's not a Maryland man. He's a man from El Salvador. He's a citizen there. He's not a citizen in this country. That's the truth.
It's fascinating to me that this is the battle that they choose to fight. You know, I don't know how the optics can at all look good for the Democrats in the long run when it comes to this story.
Yeah.
It's already burning them.
Yeah, here's the thing. Whether we want to go down a rabbit hole, and I will say this, that two things can be right at the same time. Of course, we treasure and hold dear our Constitution, our constitutional rights, and due process rights. And even, and the gentleman that Dan set up, one of them that I interviewed from ICE, he said, hey, when ICE moves in or anybody moves in these very targeted type of arrests, they're not just a random raid, but he stated that they still have due process rights. So two things can be true at once. These individuals, yes, have due process rights, but at this point, this so-called Maryland man, guess what? He's in El Salvador. It's now up to his country whether he gets out of prison and whether he would be allowed to come back to this country. As we go to Dom Giordano, I'll just wish a very, congratulations to our Eagles quarterback. Jalen Hurts officially has announced his marriage to Bride Burrows. So they're officially exchanged their vows. So congratulations. He's on the Men's Health cover. So some great press for him, and I guess I don't know where they're going on the honeymoon. Maybe it's Italy. I don't know if it's Lake Como, where I just have returned home, or maybe Sicily, Dom Giordano. I'm not sure where the honeymoon.
Run into him. Well, in Italian air, I can probably throw the ball 45 yards.
Is it lighter over there?
It's lighter. Yes,
yeah, okay.
Very much
Italian
lighter.
air.
It's the elevation,
yes.
right?
Yeah, it's the food. It's the wine. People are goggly-eyed. They can't tell. So, Dawn, we have a new title for the Maryland man, and I have the sound and footage. He's a union guy and the national head of the building trades union, pounding on the table, and people jumping up, standing ovation for Mr. Garcia, saying, bring him home. Unions now.
Great. Just great. Well, it's going to be another great Dom show and the union man story, among other things, coming right up.
When marimba rhythm starts.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising safety. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn and family deserve the best, so call the best. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My wife listens to B101. We've been commuting together to work over the last month or so. Wanted to let you know that both of us find the show to be very funny. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, Mark and Kay.
Thank you, Mark and Kay. We appreciate that. I'm not selfish. Like, if you want to give some love to some other stations, that's fine. We know you're going to come back here because our content is too compelling.
Here you go.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Come on.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. As soon as I can tell, I'm seeing all kinds of charts and graphs. Is Tesla up or down? The markets are up, which is a pretty good sign, but Elon Musk is under attack. And in addition to that, DJ just texted me, several news outlets, Washington Post has it. Now, it's not official yet. I hope it is. And that may shock you, what I'm going to tell you, that the Trump administration looking at eliminating Head Start, the sacred Head Start, which I've maintained for years, not just as a talk show host, but as an education parenting expert, is vastly overrated. It's a remnant back to all these federal programs from the worst American president. Now, he wasn't as incompetent as Joe Biden or Jimmy Carter, but he was worse. LBJ. He's the one that gave us the government we have today. Obama extended it, but it's LBJ. So there's word out there today they're seriously considering trying to dismantle Head Start. I hope they are. I think they are. That will cause an even bigger earthquake than we've seen. So, Henry, I want to play this union head here in just a second, as soon as you're ready. This is the guy that's the national head of the building trades union, I believe, and Mr. Kilmar Garcia, wouldn't you know it, is a proud member of this guy's union. He calls him a brother. And I've never been more sick, and I need to hear from union guys today. Restore Dom's faith. Union guys that I've been, Johnny Doc, make the jail call, John. Come on. You know you want to come on. Would never stand for this. He's not going to stand with this guy publicly. Listen to this guy, this blustering McGarvey or McGreevy or something, standing up and he gets these guys. Now, I know they're compelled, but you got to stop saying, no, I'm not going to stand up for an MS-13 wannabe or MS-13 wife beater in the country illegally and the poster boy for Democrats. Have unions no shame? Well, he's a brother. He's a brother. He's your union brother. So here's McGravy, I believe his name is, and he is the national leader. The local guy from Maryland was on MSNBC and CNN touting this guy. Why would we not stand for him? I'll tell you why. Because union members, at least the building trades that I know, are patriotic Americans. You know, it's like telling them to vote for Krasner. They're not going to do it. They may have to pretend. That's why. Do you have to stand up and cheer this guy? Has it come to that with unions? All right, here he is.
We need to make our voices heard. We're not red. We're not blue. We're the building trades, the backbone of America.
No, you're not.
We built a $5 billion. You want to build a $5 billion data center? Want more six-figure careers with health care, retirement, and no college debt? You don't call Elon Musk. You call us.
Yeah. Want people here illegally?
Building trades unions.
That's right.
And yeah, that means all of us.
All of us.
All of us, including our brother, smart apprentice, Kilmar Arbrega Garcia, who we demand to be returned to us and his family now. Bring him home.
All right, now.
You're a wrestler.
Yeah, now, this is the union thuggery. This guy, up there rousing, right? Our brother, bring him home, all of us. Now, I know how many people call when something like this comes up with unions. What's your response to this? Would Johnny Doc do that? I don't think so. Now, I'm not saying Johnny Doc and I didn't have back and forth over people here illegally, and some of them want him in the unions. Pat Gillespie, if you're listening, put down that golf club in Ocean City, former head of the building trades, Pat. Pat Dan is Irish, very Irish, and yet says that alcohol's poison. I don't know how the guy ever led a union.
That's like a
yes.
oxymoron if I ever heard one.
That's like Italians saying, nah, get the spaghetti out of here.
Yeah,
Come on.
We don't want that red wine.
Yeah, we don't want red wine. Give us some white wine. We're Italians.
It's like an Italian going to an Olive Garden.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go Polish. I'll let you hold that. Well,
is this the
by
same
the
guy
way,
that challenged Mark Wayne Mullen to a fight?
Yeah. No.
Oh,
that guy's, one of those guys is pretty tough. The UAW guy looks pretty tough to me.
It's different. Okay.
Yeah, Mark Wayne, if this guy ever crosses him, he's going to feel, because this guy thinks he could, bang it on the table, and the union members jump up for Garcia. So what do we make of this? Are you like me, tired? I mean, Trump deals fairly with unions. People telling you, well, we don't really like these people that get elected. What are we going to do? We're in a union. We're all in it together. If it's the teachers' unions or the SEIU, they're vaguely anti-American, both of them. And crazy. Betsy Pringle, all the ways. Randy Weingarten. But this guy, the building trades, we're going to stand with everybody. This is how far the Democrat talking point is, that this guy is American. This guy's part of it because he connived his way to get here, allegedly beat his wife. We have all these protective orders. Hangs around with MS-13, might be involved in human trafficking, but he's an American. Oh, he's not. He's not even close to that. All right, so 855-839-1210. Two things breaking right out of the box. You got this, now we add another. Boy, this guy's resume grows every day. He's the dad of the year. He's a husband. He's disappeared, Madeline Dean. He's the future of the Democrat Party. He's a Maryland man. And now he's a union man. You see how far this goes? Trump has disrupted what they're used to. This guy can join a union. They don't care. It's all good for them. Yeah, Sean. Oh, of course. Sean McGarvey. Top of the morning to you, Sean. Is the building trades union president nationally, I believe. So, really aggressive. This guy's out of central casting. You get him going, all the people we're here for. All right, so how far, Democrats, I'm reading Politico today, believe they have a winner here. They're going to get Americans not to focus on how wrong this is, By the way, in the same county where Mr. Garcia was caught, Andy No, who's a great investigative journalist, this is the guy from Portland and all, exposed the arrest of not one, but two guys for killing another American. Where the Maryland man was arrested, one of them was arrested in that county in Maryland. I wonder if Van Hollen's going to comfort that family. I wonder if he's going to say anything about it. Or is he going to say, why do you guys keep on bringing this up? What does that have to do with people here illegally? You can't be that moronic, Senator. You know exactly what we're saying. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Brian Fitzpatrick in a heck of a debate. Now, I think he's issued a statement, but on Twitter and in a couple of places, and coming up, I'll show it to you on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT, is over in Ukraine. He autographed a shell from, in your name, in Bucks County, Pennsylvania 1, an artillery shell of a sort, to Putin. You know, he's going to hit Putin with this. And the dispute is, in the footage that I saw, he might be operating. Is this a Jane Fonda moment? Now, I don't know that he actually fired the missile. Henry, you watched this too. Then he issued a statement. He's sitting at some kind of control. And this is very close to Jane Fonda-esque. Jane Fonda didn't actually fire an anti-aircraft gun at American planes, but she sat on the turret where the Viet Cong had guns pointed to it.
No, this reminds me of like Pete Buttigieg in like East Palestine, just dressed up as like a construction worker, like doing nothing.
But he's sitting behind
some sort of module.
He's sitting behind the module. Now, somebody else, we think, hit the button, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's a soldier there.
But sitting behind the module here as they fire it, we're not at war with Russia. We're not. You know, it's not the same thing as Jane Fonda actually having, I think she had her hands on the gun. But, you know, playing, cosplaying here with Fitzpatrick, we'll always welcome if he called from Ukraine.
I like that.
What did you say, Dan?
It's a great use of the term. I like that, yeah.
Oh, I figured it out now. I don't know that I like it. I'm just test driving it here, and I'll let you know.
Good test drive, yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you know up or down. Yes. So we'll play that coming up, and you decide. The thing is fired artillery shells at the Russians, and he's sitting there at the module tracking it. I can't say that he actually launched it, and I think that's his excuse. But again, we're trying to get out of Ukraine and get this whole thing going. Should a sitting congressman there be at the controls, however directional? I don't know if he's directing it or he's just observing it. Is it Dukakis in the tank? It's to Henry's point, it's like Buttigieg too. But it's also, remember, they're firing artillery shells at the Russians here. Should a U.S. congressman be doing it? I'd say no, Congressman. I don't think you should be doing it.
I mean, come on. If you were offered the opportunity, Dom Giordano, to sit behind and fire one of these things.
I'm not a congressman, yeah. I mean, if I were a congressman, I'd have to say no. Yeah, if it were me, you know, I'm an American citizen. Well, they can disappear me, I guess. Fire away. Hey, can we fire it over here?
Where's the bazooka? Throw it on my shoulder.
Yeah. I have other targets. I don't want to say which ones. We might fire it to her. That's right. All right, let me give you the side. Big announcement coming up, too, in a few minutes. We'll let you know. Well, our guests, our dream team list of who we want on the show tomorrow in no particular order. Dan and I might differ. We'll see Dan's number one. It might not be mine. I have a particular target for where we'll be tomorrow to be on. We'd like to know a notable death that shocked you or made you pause or maybe even emotionally. You know, you thought about this person. They were endearing. They moved. We're going to take Budweiser off the list. You're never going to win on here with Budweiser, the Bible, or Trump.
Come on.
Yeah, no Budweiser.
So it can be negative because, I mean, I don't think anyone was moved in a positive manner of Budweiser.
Well, they were shocked. Everybody remembers where they were.
Yeah,
I mean, Dan, some kind of emotional, yeah. Kennedy, of course, that's probably, I think, the biggest. And Henry, talking with him, he said he was only 9 or 10. He didn't understand it. Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
I, by that time, had no affinity for Michael Jackson, but I didn't know he was being anesthetized to rest constantly, and that's allegedly how he died.
Right. It was just one of those things. Like, I don't know. I remember where and when I was. It was on a bus.
It's big.
To
Yeah, it was
Dorney
big.
Park when someone, like, an older kid was like, yo, Michael Jackson's died. And everyone's like, what? No way. And everyone started freaking out.
The other one I remember, and I was definitely not a fan of this guy and Yoko Ono, who broke up the Beatles. I mean, and I just always thought it was overrated. It was John Lennon. I was teaching then. It was in homeroom. This kid, Tony, and this other kid were talking about it. I'm thinking, what the hell? It was like 7:30 in the morning that John Lennon had been killed. I didn't know at that point. Yeah. Henry, who's yours?
Yeah, so the only celebrity death I've kind of ever mourned was that of the true baseball home run king, Hank Aaron. Yeah, it's something about the namesake, having the same name.
Sure.
Baseball is my first love. I always kind of modeled myself after him. I wanted to be this big, power hitter. Eventually make my way to the MLB and break his record as the home run king.
Oh, man, we'd have to boo you then.
Yeah, never came close to doing that. But, when he passed a few years back, I was, it kind of sent me back to my childhood, and I was upset at it. And it's someone I'm going to miss, the titan of the game.
That dignity, too.
Yeah.
Given what he went through, playing in segregated South, et cetera, et
The
cetera.
strength, he had to do all that is incredible.
I like Richie Allen, but by the time he passed, I mean, when he was playing for the Phillies, what he went through and the talent, he was swinging a 42-inch bat when he came up. There was nobody like him, but by the time he died, it was well after that. So that's a great one, though, Hank Aaron. Dan, do you have one?
Yeah, I have a really weird one, and mine's maybe a little niche. I don't know if people will recognize it. Niche is the right word, right? That is, it's a guy by the name of Cameron Boyce. He was a kid, a longtime Disney Channel star. And I was kind of too old to watch him, but I was familiar with his face because he was all over Disney Channel for such a long time. And then at the age of 20, he passed away just completely unexpectedly in his sleep. And it was the first time that I had in my adult life just an existential crisis that life is really, really fragile. I didn't even like Cameron Boyce as an actor or anything, but just the young nature and the unexpected nature of his death. It later came out that he was suffering from epilepsy and was undisclosed, and during the night had a seizure and passed away from that. But at the time, it was mysterious. There's a lot on the internet of, oh my gosh, how did this guy die? And I had that really existential crisis of, life is fragile, life is short.
That's a great one. Suicides, usually I feel bad, but I don't get emotional in that way somehow or another. But Robin Williams,
that one's true, man.
Because I value the Conklins of the world, and Robin Williams may be arguably the greatest as far as an impressionist and doing the whole character.
Well, he was also one of those guys that what he presented to the public was completely different to what he suffered from in private life. And to know that he had that deep depression that he had is just shocking because you've known him as such a positive influence.
They say that about a lot of comedians. I mean, Johnny Carson was unbelievable, but I wouldn't like to be around Johnny Carson, off the thing. I have a sense it was pretty rough. Johnny, things better be right or there's trouble here. So a lot of comedians, I think, there's that. Yeah, but Robin Williams is one of the saddest, without a doubt. All right, so hit us with that. Somebody who's passing moved you. Maybe you were a kid. Maybe it was shocking because you weren't expecting it coming up. At 12:30, we're going to talk with Senator, I almost said former Senator Jimmy Matthews. It's never former. It's always Senator Rick Santorum. He wrote the book, Blue Collar Conservative, gave it to President Trump. They had a long talk. But also, he is the face, I think, of Roman Catholicism in political life over the years. What does he think of the passing of the Pope and the next Pope? I will be shocked if it's a more conservative Pope. I don't see them going that way, these guys. Let's hope they do. All right, 855-839-1210. Big announcement, too, where we'll be tomorrow, God willing, and preparations willing, here on Talk Radio, 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember Politics in Pints. We'll be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. You all know that I drive a Honda from my friends at Piazza Honda. Right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic and HRV, both starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HRV provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic and HRV for only $249 per month for 36 months. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. PiazzaHonda.com.
Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tax, 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
There we go. Yes. Multiple drum rolls. All right, tomorrow we're headed to the White House for a Radio Row. Apparently, Dan, a relatively small Radio Row, which is the smaller the better.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've done some at conventions where there's like 100 guys in a room. Oh, my God, it's awful. So I think under, it's like the Elite 8 is what I'm betting. 8 or under tomorrow.
You really think that? Nah, I don't know, man.
Oh, yeah.
The way they sold it, sounds like it's going to be a Radio Row for the first 100 days. So
Yes, but I predict that they're going to be pretty careful.
Yeah?
If they're 9, I'm going to report 8, so be ready for that. I want to include ours.
We're rounding down.
We're rounding down and make it more exclusive. And the number one guest for me is not Trump. Look, I get that. That's always the obvious thing. It's RFK Jr.
Oh.
Because today he announces, at least according to the information I have, what they're going to do going after food dyes, which I'm 100% on board. But then there are areas where, I'll ask him about it. And he would be the number one guest. Not as exciting, but the next in my mind is Besant. I know his person, very friendly with them. And this guy has done a great job as Treasury Secretary. Do you have a wild card, or is it
mine's
Trump?
Personal bias. No, it's not Trump. It's complete personal bias, and who it is. Who do I want to meet out of anybody? The world of my cult following. I have a very strong love of the world of wrestling, Dom. So I would love to meet Linda McMahon.
Oh, of course. Okay. Yeah,
Especially
Linda
with everything going on with Harvard. She was just speaking to NBC News this morning. There's a lot in the news that we can talk about. But she's also, I mean,
we'll have to get into some
like full
wrestling,
disclosure, since the time I can remember, I've been a wrestling fan, and she's been in and out of my life in that role. So to see her now in the White House would be absolutely shocking and amazing to see.
I'll give you one more, then Henry will get yours. And I know this guy is like, who's that? Russ Vought is the guy.
Huh?
Russ Vought is the guy behind all the big stuff, religiously, financially, whatever. And the other side, the left, the smarter ones, they savage this guy because they know he's the brain trust. Russ Vought. I don't even know the official title he has, but trust me, he's the guy on the big, everlasting stuff.
Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Right. Sounds pretty dull. You know, he's shuffling some papers, shuffling those papers over there. No. Not really. He is the go-to guy that the left, the smarter people that I follow on the left, that's who they go after. Now, the one who is a lot of fun on this stuff, and I hope he's there, is Stephen Miller. I mean, just address the whole thing and all. You know, this guy loves the limelight. He's the domestic policy guy. Yesterday he said, when do Americans get reparations for what illegals have done to Americans? So, Henry, do you have any of those, or is it another?
I'd probably lean your way and say RFK Jr.
Yes.
I'd also like to see if Caroline Leavitt's there, see what kind of outfit she's wearing, see if she's dressed for the Christmas card like she always is when she's giving her press conferences.
I'm sure. Yes, I haven't seen the same outfit twice. So, you know, women have the advantage of that. They don't wear the same stuff. I mean, I only have like 5 or 6 suits. How many times can
What do you mean
I
the
see
advantage of that? That's not an advantage. We can just wear whatever we want at the same time 40 times.
Yeah, but
we have the advantage.
They like to dress up, though. I mean, they have, you know,
worn
probably a
this
clothing
shirt and
deal.
pants probably 300 times now.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a limited number of suits. There's not that much different. Her outfits are, this has been some of the best outfitting of a press person.
Ask her that, too. How much a month you spend on these outfits?
I'm sure.
What's the budgeting like?
Yeah, I'm going to put that on the top of
Is
my
it taxpayer funded?
Okay. All right.
And Tom Homan comes and grabs us.
Oh, yeah, Tom Homan, I bet, will be there. And, you know, if we get Tom Homan, one of the questions has to be about Pope Francis because he's really gone back and forth. So tomorrow, noon until 3, we'll be at the White House. We'll probably stay a little longer. They'll have to kick us out. I don't know how long the garage is open till. We want to get ahead of traffic. But
throw your feet up on the Oval Office
desk.
Yes,
that's when we get the best stuff going on. So President Trump is in town. I don't know if he attends all Radio Rows. Can't promise that. Maybe J.D. Vance will be popping by and very much in the news with the Pope.
Scared of J.D. Vance.
In fact, on Twitter and all over the place, yes, they're saying he's a curse on the Pope. Just like Liz Truss was the last government official to see Queen Elizabeth, then she died. I mean, come on. I don't know how the Pope got through that day, then he passes away. But
that's what he was living for.
Probably. That was enough to keep him going, etc. All right, so 855-839-1210. Did we play the yeah, we didn't play that yet. Let's play Brian Fitzpatrick, YouTube alert. Here's a little bit of commentary. You'll hear these guys in Ukrainian, but the visual, Congressman Fitzpatrick is sitting at some kind of monitor. You know, like the gun turret's there, and he's right next to the guy with the screen monitoring it as they're firing artillery shells at the Russians. Is that kind of close to Jane Fonda pointing the now, that was against Americans, but it's not traitorous, but, you know, pretty close. We're not trying to do an international incident here. All right, here's how it sounded. All right, the Russians are fooling with it. Yes. So, Henry, did the congressman put this into context of what he was doing?
Yeah, I have a soundbite of that.
Yeah, it's kind of long. I mean, can you summarize? What did he say he was doing?
Basically, he just wanted to support, you know, our frontline troops out in Ukraine, even though they're not our troops,
Yeah, and again, support is one thing, but I don't think you could be standing at the consoles and all. That's a
No, it's
step
a little
over the
far.
line. Yeah, stand there watching what they're doing. Our tax dollars going there. Okay. But actually looking down the thing at the Russians, what's next?
Yeah, I mean, well, what kind of congressperson can't pass up a
Right.
photo op like that?
Right,
You know,
exactly.
like, oh, this is
Okay.
gonna
Right.
look so good, and it's like, I don't know if it does, pal.
I mean, does this work in Bucks County? Are people saying we ought to spend more taxpayer dollars going to the Ukrainians? All right, let's go to Lance in South Philly. Dan says he's got quite a story when a celeb passed away. Lance, welcome in. What's your story, Lance? Hi.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
My person is Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
I can remember it was like this yesterday. Remember, Kobe, it was a Sunday.
Yes.
I'm over here in West Philadelphia, 57th and Woodcrest. I'm taking a squirrel out of a ceiling. I'm halfway down the ladder, and they announced Kobe Bryant has died. The lady just throws the money at me. Okay, I got a squirrel in a cage.
Oh.
She just throws the money at me and starts screaming and crying and runs in the living room.
Oh, my God. Wow.
He doesn't even count the money.
I wish
he doesn't even count the money.
What were you doing? Did you feel that sympathy, or you got out of there?
I was devastated because, one, my daughter was a school teacher at Kobe Bryant. And then, remember, later that evening, they broke into the school and stole his sneakers and the jersey.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember
and then I
that.
think
Yeah.
Monday somebody brought them back.
Yeah, if there's any solace, I said it on yesterday's show, and I'll say it anywhere, anytime. Kobe Bryant at the end of the game is better than Michael Jordan. That's who I want.
Oh, no doubt. Clutch, 100%. Even
There
though
you
Michael's
go.
clutch, but, I'll take the Black Mamba.
There you go.
Lance, what do you do? What do you do that you're removing a squirrel from my house? Are you an exterminator?
I'm retired now, but I do a lot of wildlife. And I didn't even make it to the floor. She just starts screaming when she heard it and just threw the wad of cash at me.
Wow.
So I don't know how many you
I
deal
didn't
with.
even get a chance to count it yet.
Lance, I don't know if you ever dealt with one in here in Philadelphia. I can't say that you probably have, but I got an expert on the line here who deals with a lot wildlife. Dom often makes a claim that he could beat a bear in a foot race.
There
Do
you
you
go.
think Dom Giordano could beat a bear in a foot
Slow
race?
Slow bear, yeah.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Dom couldn't beat a bear in a foot race because, one, he's one of my old customers. Okay.
Oh, I didn't
All
know that, Lance. What did you take out where we had a groundhog problem? What did you come over for? Oh, you were spraying guy.
When you had bees in your door.
Ah, okay.
And Ro was scared.
Wow, he knows the row and everything.
Wow, Lance, how did you get the bee
Incognito Lance over here. I like it.
This is what I did. I went around to the side of the house, and I opened up the side door to your kitchen. I don't know if you're at the same house.
Yeah.
But if you went around the side, that door opened up. That was a screen door, then it was your actual kitchen door.
Right.
So they were in between.
Right.
And that's how I got it out. They were mahogany wasps.
Yeah, they were.
They're really aggressive and they're dark red.
Well, why can't I beat a bear though, Lance? Come on, come on. I
He
can
says
race a
he's seen you
bear.
physically in person. He says,
Come
you're not
on,
gonna
that's
be-
ridiculous.
Now, I don't know if you're aware that bears can run up to 45 miles an hour. And they're excellent climbers.
Okay. Well, Lance, thank you, and thanks for the great work when you came over. Oh my God,
that's awesome.
For those listening, there you go.
Didn't know you
We'll
had a
call
hornet
Lance.
problem, Tom.
Lance, I'll let you know the next pest problem we have. All right, coming up, Senator Rick Santorum joins us. Wrote the book Blue Collar Conservative. Trump read it. Spoke with him before the 2016 election. But also, is there anybody that represented in public life as a senator, whatever, the Catholic position? What does he say? I had him on when Francis first came into office. I'll never forget the conversation when Francis said he was against capitalism and air conditioning. All right, that's straight ahead. Hey, it said that you don't visit Italy. You and Sicily particularly. You fall head over heels in love with the ancient crossroads of civilization. Greeks, Romans, Germans, Spaniards, all there. One thing in mind, the sun, the sea, Talk Radio 1210 listeners, Ro and I with you, the unparalleled beauty. This is Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. So we're headed there. There's only one tour company, Conservative Tours. All this, $55.44, including airfare, the dining event, spectacular, the wine, the camaraderie. the friendships you make. It's all part of experiencing bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. ConservativeTours.com is where you go, or call 888-733-9494. We'll even enjoy the Godfather Tour and visit locales from all three films. The Crown Jewel of Sicily, of course, Taormina, but there's Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca. It's all there. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, and ours, together as a big group. Call them now. Get the information. Sign up soon. 888-733-9494.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Big news, Cherry Hill! The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. As you know, one of my all-time favorites, without a doubt, in all these years of talk radio, Senator Rick Santorum. Some of the things he was engaged in, some of the brawls political, some of the heights he reached, including as a cultural reference in The Sopranos. Google that, Henry, and you'll see what Tony Soprano himself called him. Rick Santorum, Senator Santorum. Let's go to Rick Santorum here on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, welcome back. And I have to ask you, never asked you before, Rick, where were you when The Sopranos dropped that reference to you?
I was not watching it, but soon after he did, I got lots of messages and phone calls saying that I had broken through the culture barrier.
It was amazing. Now, First time we talked about Pope Francis, I was jogging through my memory. I can remember it because you were coming to Seven Fishes. I was in Phoenixville because they were trying to close this mini golf course for veterans. Progressives were doing it. We were broadcasting from there. And the Pope had dropped one of his first encyclicals, or the first, in which he railed against capitalism and air conditioning. It was in December. We were talking about it. So now that the Pope has passed, what's your assessment of what has happened here?
I just look at the fact that he came in there clearly with an agenda to try to do some changing, and I think without question he failed. The Catholic Church and its positions on every single issue is as it was before he got there. He sowed some confusion with a lot of the things he said, and he challenged some things. And again, I don't think that's necessarily bad to challenge certain things and to bring those things up for discussion and to do that. And he did that. I'm not sure it was particularly well thought out as the way he did it, but he did. And but the fact of the matter is, the church held firm as it should. The doctrine of the church has been that way for 2,000 years. It's not going to change. He's not going to change it. No future pope is going to change it. Contrary to what the media would have you believe, that we're in a period of transition. I've heard that term over and over. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. And I think the instability that he caused, or the confusion he caused, I think that's going to lead probably to a pope that's going to be less confusing and more traditional in upholding and clarifying the faith to a world that is in desperate need of clarity and is in many respects lost and needs a strong light to guide it.
One of the things I wanted to talk with you about, because you've actually had to do it, I only had to face him down. And again, your former opponent, Bob Casey Jr., nice enough guy all the time when I'm with him. But Biden says the Pope was this spiritual counselor who would ask him, am I doing the right thing? And as far as we can tell, the Pope never thought to tell him, all right, he's up on abortion. I realize politically, whatever, but you can't be this extreme. And I was thinking about that because Bob Casey Jr. actually told me, as you're probably aware, he says, well, Obama's better on the issue of life because he's going to give women more things so they won't abort. And here's a guy, it's not just a political position, but your father, the last, well, in my view, maybe the last good Democrat on really big issues. So give listeners a sense of what it's like when you have to compete and you're against a Casey, you're a Catholic. He's got the banner of Catholic, but he can also play the abortion and these other cards. If that's allowed and the church allows it, as they do with the Kennedys, Pelosi, Biden, it's very difficult to compete even politically.
That's a tough issue for me in the sense that you don't want the church. I don't want the church to be engaged in political matters. I mean, the right. Church represents 1.4 billion Catholics from places as diverse as Zambia and New York, right? And the idea that they're going to get involved in Zambian politics or in Angolan politics or in Venezuelan politics, it's just not. It's not what the church is there to do. It's they're in charge of a different kingdom, if you will. I mean, they're looking at people's souls, not trying to fashion a government for everybody in the various countries. So I don't blame the church from sort of standing back and not engaging. I think what they have to be clear about are the issues, and I think that you're right. And many times the church leadership simply backed away and gave credence to people on issues that they shouldn't. Abortion, obviously, front and center, the most important. It's a non-negotiable in the Catholic teaching. It is always wrong. Abortion is illicit, and yet they oftentimes were quiet about it. So I get it because they felt like they didn't want to get involved in politics. And I don't think they should be choosing Rick Santorum over Bob Casey. That's not they shouldn't be endorsing anybody, but they should be very clear about what the teachings of the church. And when someone goes out like Nancy Pelosi did and said, I'm Catholic, and the Catholic Church, supports this, it's just wrong, and they need to call it out.
Yeah, Rick, I go so far as to say now, for at least some of them at the hierarchy, that illegal immigration and support of that, the migrant, et cetera, that's when they take to the ramparts. I mean, we had the Bishop of Tucson wanted to excommunicate. He was talking about at the National Conference of Bishops. I played it a lot. Border agents under Trump, not just Trump, if Trump were a Catholic, but guys just following their job at the border. They go after that, but on the life issue, they back away.
If you're an abortion doctor, you can go to church, but if you enforce the border, you can't. I mean, look, immigration policy is a prudential judgment of a Catholic in public life. As long as you're respectful of the dignity of human life, the church does not say that a country cannot enforce its borders. It, in fact, says it has an obligation to do so. So the idea that you would take something that is what I call prudential judgment. In other words, it's a judgment call as to how you effectuate a compassionate and just laws with respect to how you handle immigration. That's not something the church is going to get involved in detail. But on the issue of abortion, there is no just abortion, and therefore it's very clear that people who are complicit with that are doing something that is sinful and illicit, and the church needs to call it out. So again, you have, I hate to say it, I mean, you have bad clergy, you have bad priests who are more ideological left than they are Catholic. And that's a problem. And by the way, you have conservative priests who are sometimes more ideologically conservative than they are Catholic. This is a problem. It's human nature. I mean, we all follow, we all make mistakes, but it's something that has to be called out.
Now, the book, and I remember it again down memory lane, we were at the Phillies downstairs with the Fanatic, your book, Blue Collar Conservative, and even I didn't at that point have fully the impact until we heard about your conversation with Trump, and maybe Trump's gut was there, but this gave fodder to it. It gave some complexity to where, the zigging and zagging with Trump. So in recent years, have you talked with Trump and all, and are you happy where the Republican Party has reached unbelievably some of the things you talked about, and working class Americans, if I can use that phrase, are solidly on the Republican side at this point?
Yeah, I have talked to Trump, and in fact, have spent some time with him, and we have talked about this issue, and it's really the issue that our friendship was built upon, as you mentioned, the time that I met with him and talked with him about the book, and he shared with me that he was thinking of running for president, and that this was the platform that he thought was the right platform to run on. And I think you're right. He certainly had those instincts, but I think the book maybe codified those a little bit. And if you look at the people he surrounded himself with, they're all certainly from an economic point of view, bought into a lot of the things that I said was important if we were going to be a majority party and represent the interest of people who have been left behind in America by the economic system that we have. And I don't think Trump is. He's not for throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, capitalism and markets are a good thing. And if you look at his policies, yes, he's pursuing tariffs, and yes, he's doing some things that look to be, targeted toward helping manufacturing and helping energy and helping blue collar workers. But he's also doing things, he's going to lower taxes, he's lowering regulations. He understands that you can't have a heavy hand of government and have successful business. It has to be a combination of factors, and I think he's doing it. What I do it the way Trump does it? No. I mean, only Trump can do what Trump does. But I think the idea and the emphasis on what he's trying to accomplish in making sure that the rising tide, in fact, does lift all boats is a good idea.
Without a doubt. Well, we miss you here. What's the biggest day job? I know you got 15 different jobs, Rick, but what's the biggest thing Rick Santorum's involved in?
Well, the two things I'm working on probably most publicly is I'm at Newsmax, and I'm looking forward to going to Rome to cover the conclave for Newsmax. So if you want to follow what's happening in Rome over the next few weeks, look for us on Newsmax. I'm really looking forward to that, and I also work with Convention of States, which we've talked about before, and I'm very excited about that. And I'm traveling the country, trying to get the country to restore federalism and start taking power out of Washington and returning it to the people.
You have a show at Newsmax?
I don't have a show, no. But I'll be on set in Rome covering what's going on there over the next few weeks.
I remember when CNN used to use you a lot, and I'm saying, oh, man, they're right about something. Putting you into the ring there in CNN, that was great viewing, Rick. So thank you. We'll be watching, and again, Dan will take a note here. We'll get in touch with you when you're ensconced in Rome and get some updates from you. That'd be great.
Look forward to it. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thanks, Senator. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Senator Rick Santorum here on Talk Radio 1210. 855-839-1210. You get a line. Hit us with that celebrity that either shocked you, they're passing, maybe you were a kid, maybe it was something just like, wow, I can't believe that. You heard Danger, heard Henry's. Hit us with one of those. Don't wait to the end. All the good ones will be taken. 855-839-1210 is how you deal with that. A happy National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. Dr. Bentz loves this week. My friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group in East Norriton. Now, you've heard about dentists all the time, but it's important to know the difference between a regular dentist and a board-certified prosthodontist. It takes several exams over the years to become board-certified. Fewer than 0.5% of dentists nationally are board-certified prosthodontics. The difference? Well, a board-certified prosthodontist is the one who can design a customized plan for your long-term care, oral health, and give you the smile that you've always dreamed of. If something is bothering you, take care of it now before it gets worse. From dental implants, on-site digital lab, to the great staff, they'll make your visit the most comfortable, convenient possible with Dr. Robert Bentz. Get the oral care you need and deserve, that beautiful smile. Remember, my dentist. Go to BentzDentalGroup.com. or 610-272-6949. Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So the latest charge on Pete Hegseth is his chief of staff at a veterans support group told stories about strip clubs for a little bit. I would be expecting that in the military. I'll ask Alan West that. He's here at 2 o'clock today. Is that something that would be frowned on? I mean, this is the latest attack point with Pete. If this happened, this signal usage again, around the time of the other signal, now you could argue, yeah, why is his wife on here and all that? But it's in the same general framework. I don't see Trump dismissing Pete Hegseth. But tomorrow we'll be at the White House. We don't know until we get there, I guess, which guests we're going to get, et cetera. Maybe he won't be doing media. I'm not sure, but I think if he is, he'll come out firing. So you get that tomorrow, noon until 3, and I'm sure that we will get any number of people that are in the cabinet. I'm looking for Russ Vought. If I see that guy whispering on the sidelines, I'm going to mosey over there. That guy is the kingpin.
Do we know what he looks like?
Yeah. He doesn't look like, this, walking into the room. And
is he going to stick out like a sore thumb because he's the only one you don't really know?
No, I know him. I have the mugshot, yeah. But
in the realm of Comic Cons, when you go to a Comic Con and you meet a celebrity, if you bring up something very specific to that celebrity, it really opens them up because you're like, you know about that? Like, you actually care. I feel like Russ Vaught's one of those people that if we ask for Russ Vaught, be like, you know about him?
Yeah.
That's right. Well, that's what we're good at.
Wow, you know a lot about us.
That's you're very good at that, but we usually find some nugget and say, oh, is that true? Tell me more. Then you just shut up, turn off your mic, and let him talk. Everybody in the world likes to be endeared, in that relatable kind of way versus the million time, hey, Ross, what are we doing at the Office of Management and Budget? So we'll try to humanize them.
Yeah, definitely.
Bring it forward. I hope there are no pesky people saying, literally, Henry, I wish I had tape of this. I have Laura Bush 5 days before the election, Northeast Holy Family. Mm-hmm. I get to introduce her. Then we go downstairs and we're set up the interview. And the Secret Service are kneeling down for some reason, going like this. And I'm thinking, what's the worst they can do? Are they going to arrest you on the air? I mean, it couldn't protect Chrissy Noem again the other night and her handbag. That's another faux pas. So, no, I don't think they'll do that.
You see Vaught just had a hit piece written about him by Bloomberg?
Yes, that's what I saw, too.
Yeah. The imperial presidency of Donald Trump.
I think he's the guy, the power that's there. Okay. Coming up, why is Pennsylvania not doing this? And is this corruption? New Jersey is giving out emergency real ID appointments. Now, every time we talk about real ID, people go nuts. How do you get a real ID appointment in New Jersey? Does suppose Ms. Kim said, "Hey"?
Do you actually know the answer to this question, or are you just teasing it?
No, I know the answer.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
God, because
I know.
I'm genuinely curious.
Oh, see, this
I got to do this crap.
This real ID thing, I know is.
What do you mean, yeah, you're not gonna be able to fly in an airplane if you don't get it done. You can't just have it.
He's got a passport. There, he's ahead of you.
But still, they're gonna continue pushing this down. Like they're gonna shove it down our throats. You're gonna have to do it eventually. You can't just
I'll get it when my license expires.
Well, we don't need to do that. Just have the passport. That's all you. As long as you have a valid passport, it's better.
Are you really? That's all you need is the valid passport?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all. Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
I mean, I
back
got a
to
couple
New
more years
Jersey,
on that
though.
thing.
Is Miss Kim, the hairdresser? Suppose she went to the governor. Can she get one of these appointments? All right, be listening. There might be one that's left.
You know, in the world of fine dining, people
Yes.
get reservations and they sell them secondhand.
That's
I
one
could see
corruption.
that happening. Right?
That's what I thought. Hey, would you like a real ID appointment?
It's only $700.
All right, 855-839-1210. Will Dan get a real ID? We'll find out in the next hour. Alwyn West here at 2 o'clock. The Army changes its fitness test. I'd love to, we can't have listeners do it, but I'd love to see how we would do. The thing they took out is, and Dan would do well with this, and I'll explain why later.
There's nothing fitness I would do well.
Is the 10-pound medicine ball that you have to throw over your head backwards.
Oh, yeah.
I'll explain why he would do well.
Would I be good? No, I'd be terrible at that.
They took that out. I think that's a relatively easy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
You think Henry would be down to do some of these?
No, you would have the advantage.
Yeah.
You would have the advantage on the, I'll explain, on the medicine ball.
Nice tease.
All right. It's 855-839-1210. Get emergency ID in New Jersey. How do you do that next? Talk Radio 1210.
Yo, it's Coop. You want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Of course you do. Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity, stream with a voice-activated remote. You can just sit back and enjoy, dude. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, you can game, you can work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV. And this is so cool, get a Samsung 43-inch class TV. Yes, a TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you. Connect all your devices at once at the speed that you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For VZ gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever's first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25. All supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com for their showroom in Hatfield.
The bees are buzzing, the birds are chirping, and the bats are cracking. Spring is here, and there's no better way to enjoy spring's arrival than with your favorite cocktail from Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. This month, head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and enjoy $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of Jack Daniel's and Jack Daniel's flavors. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coke Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. So when you're listening tomorrow noon until 3, Dan and I, if we ever get all the technical details from the White House,
right?
we'll
Come
be
on,
there.
man, I'm getting nervous.
I told Greg this is what they do.
Yeah, this is
so it's the 4th time. Tomorrow will be the 4th that I broadcast from the White House or have been at the White House. Once was the Oval Office with President Trump. That was a biggie. No broadcast there. Once during the Clinton years, broadcasting down the hall from the Oval Office with a giant picture 6 feet high of Hillary Rodham Clinton. And we had some of the Washington press corps in studio, people like that. It was pretty good. The 3rd time, invited to the Clinton White House for the annual Christmas party and the Bush White House. So 5 times for it. So, but this one is the first broadcast Radio Row with a lot of guests coming by. And watch for Russ Vaught tomorrow. Remember, that's a code word of tomorrow's show. Russ Vaught's here. Uh-oh. I just want to see how the others interact around him. We're told this guy is a real powerhouse in the Trump administration. I hope RFK Jr. is there because today he's going to make a lot of news at 4 o'clock. He's announcing the new red dyes out by 2026. And I get all kinds of pitches from candy makers today saying candy's different. Well, candy is going to be included in this. Now, you know what the argument's going to be? The argument is they do it because your taste buds are stimulated by the colors. And this has always been the argument. So this is a big moment. This is a really big deal. Cereals, candies, things of the like.
I don't care if my Hershey's bar is a duller brown.
Well, okay, but the people that kids and others.
I need my Nerds gummy clusters looking radioactive, Dan. I don't know what you're talking about.
The thing is, are we really valuing what our food looks like and how it makes our saliva glands, moisten over whether to keep ourselves healthy? I mean,
it's curb appeal. You have a house. Hey, come on inside. Look how good it looks here. Yeah, but I can't get through the weeds.
Hey, we just weeded. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. So this is their argument. This is the argument they're going to make. And everybody says it's fine. Well, let's see what happens when the food does not have these dyes. Obviously, it'll be better for you, without a doubt, and your kids. And there'll be a lot of people that say, fine, I'm just going to enculturate my kids that way. But petroleum products apparently are the villain here from the preliminary stuff. But I've seen some of the candy companies, at least the ones that pitch me, saying, why is candy included in this? You know, what's the big deal about that? Well, candy's one of the worst offenders as far as gumdrops and things of that nature. The colors, that's how they get them to pop. Will they be duller? Yes, they will be. Are they going to be more healthful? Yes, maybe substantially. So finally, now, does he have the power to do that? We'll see. I think he's got a lot of powers here. It's unclear how many companies have bought into this, have not bought into this. But to me, this is what he was put in there to do, where I'd like to see him stay in this lane, get all this done. That would be big. The criticism of Pete Hegseth is, and I think this is another ridiculous thing, because of all the turmoil there, they're going slow. And this may bother Trump. One of Trump's great accomplishments, I know he's sitting there thinking, wait a minute, Israel has the Iron Dome. Why don't we have the Iron Dome? This goes all the way back to Ronald Reagan with Star Wars. And I think that's exactly right. It's unclear whether we could take down, say, North Korea launched a missile. Would we have the ability to take it down with the Patriot missile and all that versus the Iron Dome? I was in Israel when they took down a lot of Scuds and others, which are easier. But this would be a tremendous achievement for any American president like President Trump if they could come up with a system that would shoot down enemy missiles. And we're not at a point now where the Russians are going to say, well, this is all out. We got to then gear up for war, because if you can have an Iron Dome, then we can't hit you. I don't think we're in that atmosphere anymore. And the argument is that somehow or another, President Trump will be upset about this, and it's going slow. I don't think any of that is going to take out Pete Hegseth. All right, now, Dan's in Jersey, so if you want it so bad before May 7th, Jersey is giving out emergency real ID appointments. From the information I have at NJ.com, they say that they're very limited already. The program will be offered starting April 24th, tomorrow, to a limited number of customers who meet certain criteria. Eligible customers will be serviced at a special appointment to obtain real ID once they complete the screening process and meet all eligibility requirements. If you want to take a domestic flight in 14 days for urgent or life or death reasons. Now, Henry is an aficionado, as I am, for Seinfeld, and you remember Morty. The guy wasn't a doctor yet, trying to get him to scribble something on there. And I think George also wanted some kind of note to get a cheaper fare on the airlines. So are we supposed to believe in a place like Jersey that the Real ID emergency issuance request portal will be run fair and square starting tomorrow? They say you need a death certificate, statement from a mortuary, or a letter from a hospital on the facility's letterhead. Now, the cost is $80 if you have to fly, I guess, in the next 14 days or so. The hardest motor vehicles appointment to get is to upgrade a standard license or ID card to a real ID. By 9:30 a.m., only one appointment was left open for Monday. And this was written, I guess this was written this morning. Yeah. No, this was on Monday. So for the first Monday, even that's gone. How's that possible? Oh, it's like these people were inside this, so they're jamming up the system. To Dan's point, are people going to sell it? Will there be a black market? And why are we going through all this? Well, we're going through it, arguably, to stop terrorists, to stop people that are here illegally, and yet we let them into the country. We don't want to, and Mr. Garcia these Democrats are fans of the Real ID. I'm not. I think it's ridiculous. The best advice we got from Stacey Garrity and me, the Treasury Secretary, is if you're not going to be flying in the very near future or have to go to a federal facility, then wait and/or get a passport. Now, that could be more costly, but the passport is your ticket to not have to deal with this. I don't know if runs on passport centers. They're usually kind of slow, but it's not like this. This is ferocious. Now, the question is, why has Governor Shapiro then not had more hours in Pennsylvania? Why don't we hear? I have not seen any article about Real ID emergency appointments in Pennsylvania. If it is, we'll tell you about it, but I don't know about it. So I wonder today, how many of you have taken the advice? You've given up on this. You're not going to go after it. You're not going to let them put you through the hoops. You're going to consider the other alternatives. Henry has a passport. I'll be getting one for the trip to Sicily. Dan, you don't have a passport. So
no,
you
I do. I have a passport.
Oh,
I didn't realize that could be used as a substitute for
sure.
this.
It's gold. Yeah, the passport's better than the real ID. Well, I'm not sure who would say that.
I saw
would.
Real ID the other day. They don't look any different. So
No,
I'd
it's got the
imagine
raised seal. That's it.
Does
All
it?
This, yeah, that's it. It's got a little thing on there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
What a joke.
So have you given up on this? Have you taken the advice? Or are you still plotting and planning to go through this misery? And why? If we were serious about deporting people, stopping them from coming in, well, we're serious about that, then, they're not going to give you an extension this time. I'm convinced of that.
You think this is it?
Yeah, I mean, this is that we've done it
like me and
4
Maisie are
times.
both banking on another extension. We had the discussion of scheduling an appointment. We're like, nah, they'll extend it.
Yeah,
again.
I was
Does
this
she have
time.
a passport?
Yeah. Okay. This time around, I think not. One of the reasons, strangely, Kristi Noem and the Trump administration's on it. I wish they were not. I think it's ludicrous. I think it's putting people through hoops. Let's just go and round up people that shouldn't be here. But the argument is this will stop them from flying and causing mayhem, et cetera. And again, are they going to get into federal facilities that they shouldn't be? I don't think so. But the flying part, really? This is how we're going to stop them? I just see this, too much government, that's one thing. Too many hoops for people. No accommodation by Josh Shapiro here in Pennsylvania. And corruption in New Jersey. I bet people are selling those appointments. Oh, yeah, somebody died. Morty died. Well, I know Phil Murphy, in Jersey. We're not supposed to believe these guys are not offering all kinds of things.
I like to think there's some sort of like Ticketmaster scenario where people have like bots.
Right.
They're buying up all the slots and then selling it on the
all the
third-party
slots,
market.
Henry, to that point, seem to be gone already. And most of these, I don't know when you're going to find one by May 7th. But Pennsylvania didn't even offer this. All right, so 855-839-1210. You get in. I'm looking on my Twitter, and several people talk about, one said he broke down crying when he heard about Kurt Cobain. Wow.
Huh.
Yeah. So maybe when you were younger, I'm trying to think. When Ronald Reagan passed, you may remember, but we pretty much knew it was coming at some point. We had rumor of it. It was a whole week in talk radio dedicated, most radio stations in the country, to Ronald Reagan. And that's an American who endeared, at least to a large number of Americans, second to none. So these things can be very emotional. With the Pope, it was just shocking that one minute he's out there in the Pope-mobile, then he passes. But this was long expected. The biggest two, in my memory here, the most recent, that people were really upset was Jerry Blavat. Here at the station, we talked a lot about it. And then the shock when Frank Rizzo died. I mean, it was incredible. The funeral procession, the stuff that went on in the city with Rizzo was unbelievable. But Blavat was shocking because nobody had a sense of anything imminent there until the last day right before, and we had Bob Kelly on.
The cover of a fitness magazine like a year prior.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, he was still dancing. I saw him down at the Golden Nugget and stuff like that.
Six-pack, like an 8-pack of abs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was still on his bike, the whole thing. Yeah. All right. So it's
I've been over here doing some research, digging on Appointment Trader. So you talked about a potential secondary market for real IDs. And I just wanted to see some restaurants here in Philadelphia, and I found one. You ever hear of High Street Philadelphia?
I've heard of it. I don't know anything about it.
The new trendy-ish restaurant that's going on.
Okay.
How much do you think they're charging on the secondhand market for a Sunday reservation there?
Oh, my God. $100.
$800.
Oh, my.
This is just for, not even for the meal, just for the reservation.
I'm a capitalist, but maybe this is God telling you have too much money if you're doing that. It's kind of ridiculous.
There's no bacon, egg, and cheese worth that much.
Correction, that's a Saturday night. Saturday
night.
Yeah,
oh,
Saturday
my
night.
God, yeah.
The Sunday's only $200.
And this is here in Philadelphia. It's not even New York. God knows what it's like to get in
right?
there. Wow. So for this could be thousands. This could be all kinds of skullduggery, corruption in Jersey.
Ooh, Fiorilla?
Yes.
$800.
To just get a reservation?
Yeah, and there's articles about this because it's very controversial because
right.
you have scalpers out there trying. They what they do is right when they release new reservations, they'll call and book everything and then just put it up on this website and charge boatloads of money for this.
I don't know. Maybe you can check this. Check, is it still there even in Margate? Cookie and Steve's. There's a day, and it'll come up when you Google, in which they would release their reservations for the entire summer. And people either phone it for the entire summer.
Oh.
We ate there once, and it was great. And
Yeah, it's
I
on
know
there.
them.
It's
Is
on
it?
there, yeah.
Oh, how much is it there?
So when do you want to book? In June, July?
Let's say July 3rd or July 4th.
Oh, July 3rd is only $135 right now.
Oh, my God.
But $240 if you want to go the July 25th for some reason, yeah.
Now, this is booking all the way out into the summer. We're here in
Yeah.
April sitting here.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I mean, but I forget the day they release it.
I
It's
would
like a
hate
day.
to be working that day. Just
Yeah,
the phone rings
yeah.
off the
Oh,
hook.
oh,
like,
yeah.
what
No,
do you want? What time?
it's quite an operation.
Memorial
Great
Day
place.
is $280.
Oh, my God. Let's hope Roe's not listening. Oh, we haven't been there in a while. Yeah, let's
You
sit
can
there
buy
on
a
the phone.
reservation,
There you
Don,
go.
yeah.
Hey, Roe, get that reservation. Only $280. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to you, Alan West here at 2 o'clock, the White House tomorrow. Coming up, I will give you some of the things that the Army is now doing in their physical fitness. I think it's much better. And I'm not sure how far you have to throw a medicine ball over your head and why they were doing that. That's the one they took out. But I'd love to do that at Mulligan's. I think I could throw
Sounds like
a
no.
medicine ball.
No.
Henry, you think you could throw it 20 feet over your head, don't you think? How about 30?
Straight up or just back?
Yeah, you just got to stand there and throw it back.
Yeah, I
over
would
your
say
head.
so. Yeah.
20 seems reasonable.
Who's the
Yeah.
catcher?
Nobody.
There's no catcher.
No,
You
it's
can't just
just
let
a
a
skill.
medicine ball
Sure.
bounce down the street into
yeah.
a vehicle.
Well, no, it has to
imagine
be
this.
in
Yeah,
the
there's like
air.
a bar up there that
Yeah.
you're trying to throw it over like a strongman competition.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
But
there's
who's
no one
catching
on
the
other-
ball?
There's no one catching the
No
ball.
one
Why does someone have
catching
to catch the ball?
Because it's going to bounce away into a vehicle.
It's a medicine
Yeah,
ball.
it's a
What-
medicine
What, are
ball.
we doing this in a
Yeah.
parking lot?
No,
Where else are you going to do it at Mulligan's?
No,
at
we have a
Mulligan's.
street.
Oh.
We have a street.
All right,
there.
I
We
don't-
still have vehicles on the street that
The
we got to
Arctic
protect.
Avenue is where we
I
did it
don't
the
wanna
last time.
have
Yeah.
Odyssey front the bill for a vehicle
Oh, okay,
repair.
we'll have to clear that out. All right. Have an ambulance there, too. 855-839-1210. You can get on board right now.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Bridget and Paula Powers, identical twins.
And he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, "Run! He's got a gun!" Our heart started to pound, and I said, "Well, Mum,
Walk
where's
alike and talk
Mum?"
alike.
If they want to do mornings, they can go host an hour of Kale and Company.
Powers and Company. See, if I was the news reporter there, I would have asked both of them to say, "Can you put another shrimp on the ballroom?" I just want to hear that.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Pope Francis's funeral will be Saturday morning at 4 a.m. our time. A new report finds that Philadelphia is growing, but federal funding cuts threaten that growth. And a 3-time organ donor recipient is trying to help raise awareness by participating in this year's Donor Dash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The free Odyssey app.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man.
Johnny Cash, very underrated, just for the record. Tremendously underrated. The guy had style beyond belief. 855-839-1210.
Seems like I take a lot of style cues from Johnny Cash over there.
Yeah, and
me too. All the black that we wear.
Steve Jobs, yes. Yeah. It's a very depressing look here. Sorry about that. We have to get the pastels out,
But we're both always ready for a funeral.
So are you wearing the green suit to the White House tomorrow? But because the stock market's up, which is green, and that could be a precursor. It might be a funny bit.
Oh, is that the way to,
Yeah,
should I do it? Should I spin it that way?
Yeah, that's how you can spin
it.
I
went and made sure that the gray suit is all good to go.
Okay. All right.
But I was thinking, Dom, you said you wear the purple tie. What color shirt are you wearing under the purple tie?
It's just an off-color shirt. It's not white.
And you're wearing a gray suit with it?
The pinstripe, of course.
Okay, because I was thinking of doing a gray suit with a purple shirt and then a black tie, so we kind of match a little bit.
You got the memo. Henry should be wearing a gray sport coat back here.
All right, so we got to delve into this, though. Because I was standing there last night. I apologize. Are you guys undershirt wearers under your shirts?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Like we're talking like tank top or like full white shirt?
It's a V-neck.
Okay.
Yeah.
You too, Henry?
If it's a white shirt, depending on the temperature, I will, but otherwise, no.
Okay, so this is where I'm at. Okay, so I was looking at the purple shirt, which is something that you're definitely going to show sweat through, and I don't wear an undershirt. And tomorrow's definitely going to be warm. It's going to be in the mid-70s.
Okay. Washington's even warmer.
So do you go with the white shirt then, which will show less sweat than the purple one?
No, you just wear...
You just show up sweaty to the White House?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay.
You know, you're working press.
Are we lugging things over there? Is that?
I got a Pelican box I got to carry.
Okay.
Is that heavy?
Kind of heavy.
Yeah.
Does it have wheels?
No.
No, I had to bring wheels.
I don't know how
if
much
they
you
can.
sweat. I personally, I sweat a lot, so
Yeah.
I'd be careful.
Okay. All right, I will be.
Might not be wearing the purple shirt.
I will be sweat-free tomorrow.
Well, as
That's
always, yes.
Yes, absolutely. Nothing to worry about. Okay.
Your pores are perfect.
So, the fitness test now for the Army. The one thing Pete Hegseth wanted to do was make sure if you're in combat, men or women, the first thing is you get the same grade. It does not matter. And this, of course, we're hearing is unfair to women. So it's 2 miles, and you have 22 minutes to pass. Now, to get a good grade, you need more, but that's not overwhelming.
I fail.
Would you?
I didn't think you would.
I'm so anti-running. It's unbelievable.
Wow, that's surprising.
I think I could do it if you really pressed me to do it.
Yeah,
but
for something like
I'd be
this,
close.
one time, the last time I ran 2 miles,
Right now, at
it was about 26 minutes, so I would need some work.
I walk a brisk mile every day with the dog.
All right.
And timed it, it's about 13 and a half minutes.
There you go. Well, you're pretty close. You just have to run.
Gotta, a light jog, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I might be able to do it.
I'm just not a runner.
This is, and we'll ask Alan West
After
about
a mile,
this.
though, you lose a lot of your,
You have to do 3 reps maximum, your maximum deadlift, whatever that is. I'm not sure what they require you to do on that.
Like 25 pounds, so.
Oh, well, on a deadlift,
that's
easy. Yeah, that's not.
You can set your own? Come on.
10 push-ups with hand extension. I'm not sure the type of push-up they're talking about. And you have to do a sprint, a drag, carry. Now, that's related to rescuing someone that's been shot, wounded, whatever. A sprint, drag, carry. And for some reason, I think this is an easy one. Now, I don't know how long
What do we
you have
carry?
to do it.
Like how much weight?
Like
a human?
It just says I don't have the weight.
Even
that's
is
being
there
worked
like a volunteer that lays on the ground and you have to go pick him up and throw him over your
It didn't appear to be, but that would be the way to do it.
Yeah.
And the final is a plank, and the plank is a great exercise, but I don't think it's necessarily that hard. And stay in particular position, maybe for a long period of time. It could be.
Prove it, Dom.
How long's the plank?
They don't give any specification. This is just
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT for the next 30 minutes.
Okay.
Dom will be planking.
I don't know about plank. 2 minutes and you start shaking like this. That's about the maximum. Okay. All right. So Alan West will be here. If you were in the military, though, particularly recently, did those seem to be overwhelming? And what Hank Seth is trying to do is make them more related to what you would actually do in combat. And let's face it, he's cracking down on this idea that women in combat should have, it's all push button. No, it's not. And that they should have to do the same exact thing that men do. For some reason, though, the age part of it, the older you are, you get a bit of a break here. I think it ought to be just across the board. But this is the first time they've done this in years. These seem to be more related. And the fitness thing that the military and the RAND Corporation says, the ones that they hated was the overhead medicine ball throw. You throw it backwards over your head with a 10-pound medicine ball. For some reason, they said that had most injuries, and people thought, why am I doing this? This is goofy. I think that has general vague strength
what do you need it
related
for?
to
Why are you throwing over the back of your head?
Well, it's related to picking someone up or moving against somebody. If it's hand-to-hand combat, I can see
like it's an easy way to pull out your back and get your
maybe it's
off on
a
a bad
back
foot.
or it's your shoulder.
See, I did that exercise in like grade school and high school for like shot put and throwing events like that because it helps with the explosiveness part of it.
Yeah,
I don't know how it affects to throwing something or carrying someone or anything like that.
It's a carrying someone that I think is a legit military skill. All right, let me go to Mike in Levittown. And Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What do you have today, Mike? Hi.
Good afternoon, Dom. I'm really surprised you didn't take this off the board.
Okay.
Background, this athlete was born November 18th, 1963, 4 days before JFK was assassinated, and died Juneteenth, 1986. He's widely regarded as the greatest basketball player of Maryland's history and was drafted by the Boston Celtics in 1986 as the second pick in basketball.
Right.
And shockingly, before he ever played anything, died of a drug overdose with cocaine that day, the 19th of June, 1986.
Yeah, it was shocking. I guess the reason I didn't is my sentiment, it's sad in a way, but when you're doing cocaine in that manner that it happens, not on my high scale of sympathy. Was it with you?
Well, the thing that made it most amazing was he was like the clean-cut All-American boy.
Yes.
Everybody thought he's going to be this unbelievable athlete. He's going to be the next superstar in basketball, and he's a poster child for basketball. And this happens, and they say he never did anything like this before in his life. And just the whole thing was amazing.
I sort of, you know what? I sort of believe that part, as hard as it is. He was celebrating with this. I know. Do you celebrate with cocaine? Seemed to be reasonable. All right, Len Bias, thank you. Thanks very much. By the way, Nick Castellanos did not hit a home run yesterday, right?
Cost me money. Cost a lot of people
Did he hit
money.
any ball to the warning track? Did he do anything like that?
He hit one to like the right center gap. It didn't even reach the warning track.
Okay,
no.
because history is broken. Story. He mustn't have got the memo that the Pope passed. He had quite a string. When anything vaguely historic happened, Nick was hitting a home run.
I think I saw that the sports books collectively, because that was the biggest prop bet yesterday of anything. It was the biggest prop bet of the year, actually. I think the sports books collected $48 million just off that bet alone.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Wow. All right, Nick, you're having a good year, but you're not history. You don't have that magical quotient. It's amazing what you can bet. Okay.
Did you see what's playing out on Twitter?
No.
It's pretty fun to follow. So it's the side question days. Whose celebrity death had a deep emotional impact on you? And Marcus Aurelius, one of our regulars who's fantastic over there on Twitter, said Andy Kaufman was sure it was a joke at the time. And a noted Twitter account of Andy Kaufman, who says he's the Andy Kaufman, says, nope, I don't do jokes, just have fun, like now. Marcus says, I knew it. And the Andy Kaufman says, 41 years and you never called, never Googled, believe the family sanctioned movie and death certificate, that's okay. You are far from alone. Dom, your take, is this the real Andy Kaufman who faked his death now on Twitter, commenting on the Dom Giordano program?
41 years ago. No, probably not. Probably not. All right, so 855-839-1210.
When it comes to the world of Andy Kaufman, though, it does look like that this account is very much respected by the fans as like a parody and joke and fun, but it is a very highly regarded Andy Kaufman account. So nice to hear from you, Andy Kaufman account.
All right, so this is a great side question today. We all had that experience. Some people, you just heard the last guy, Len Bias, that's not one in the universe I would have thought of, that moved you, shocked you, something like that, a passing. And, it's Trump world. We're at the White House tomorrow. Day 2 of the Pope, not nearly as much action because now the big thing is the next Pope and what that's going to mean, which is something substantial. Are people just relieved with Pope Francis and what went on here? Will the next Pope be consequential, a bit more conservative? And the last Pope attacking populism of all things, which is Trump. All right, you get in at 855-839-1210. Let's talk Martin for a moment. It's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. Now, that Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all natural water. Not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water. They love showing you those impurities that they take out with the test. And they'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Customer service, attention to detail, fantastic. We actually have a guy. Our guy, Dwayne, has come out. Not only did we do the water, we had the shower power increased. Rose fanatical about that. And it was remarkable what they were able to do. They recommend solutions for whatever the issue is. So you contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost thousands of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Bridget's story after losing 55 pounds and using her insurance for coverage.
LifeMD helped me get covered with my insurance. Finding out that it was covered was huge. I've lost 55 pounds. I am so much healthier now that I've lost the weight. I would never be able to do it without them.
Get started today and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Weather sponsored by Reynolds Restoration Services.
A much warmer air mass continues to build into the Delaware Valley. Today, we'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature well above average at 78. Tonight, mostly clear with a low 54, and for Wednesday, very pleasant, plenty of sunshine with a high 76.
When disaster strikes, respond and rebuild with care with Reynolds Restoration. Reynolds provides 24/7 emergency response for fire, flood, storm damage, and more, restoring homes and businesses to their pre-loss condition. Remember Reynolds at reynoldsrestoration.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Hope to get on Alan Dershowitz one of these days coming up because his sparring partner, Larry David, wrote this parody for New York Times about dinner with Hitler, satirizing Bill Maher. My God. That Bill Maher, by saying Trump laughed in private, and I've never seen him laugh in person. To be honest, I haven't seen Trump laugh in person, really, like a real laugh or whatever. So I think it was a little bit different. Here's what Scott Jennings said this is about, though. What's Larry David and the rest? What are they trying to do to Bill Maher? Is it punish him? Not really. It's about something else they want out of this. Here's Scott Jennings on CNN.
The message of this is not to, because Bill Maher, first of all, I totally agree. He's totally in the right to do it, and I loved his monologue. Even though I disagree with most everything he believes politically, he was right to do this, and he was right to speak out about it. But this isn't about that dinner. It's about the next one, because this is the modern left. It's an attempt always to intimidate people into not ever doing it again. It's to silence yourselves, or we'll do it for you. That's the purpose of this op-ed, so that the next comedian or the next person on the American left chooses not to speak to Donald Trump. This is all an effort to get people not to do what you just said, which is to talk to each other and our political leaders.
All right. So, yeah, and Bill Maher is acquitting himself fine with this. The argument is, well, you'd be sitting there with Hitler saying Hitler was funny. You know, Hitler's much different when you're having dinner with him. Apparently not. Hitler, by all accounts, was Hitler the entire time. I mean, it's stunning to make that comparison. Yet Al Gore, who is out of the loop completely, Al Gore is saying the same thing, that Trump is much like this. Just look at how he's handling stuff with colleges, et cetera. That's exactly what Hitler did. So Larry David strikes again with Bill Maher, and Maher just gets more material out of this, more of a sense of what this is all about versus what they want to make it all about. And Harvard suing Trump here is another 90-10 loser. People are not going to side with Harvard. Democrats, I'm telling you, in their strategy, et cetera, today, except for Newsom, are all saying they think they're gaining on the Garcia thing. The guy that is not only the Maryland Father of the Year. I'm going to play this every hour, though, as this continues, but this because it's so amazing to me. This big mouth union guy, Henry. Here's the, this is cut 14, played it at the top of the show. Union leader McGarvey, the national head of the building trades. Apparently, Garcia has a union card. He was much in demand, and he's a union brother. If you're in a union, particularly the building, we have a lot of guys, right? And I feel your pain. You tell us, how do these guys get elected? This guy, I mean, is it so bad? What's going to happen? Are you going to be kicked out of the union? Are you going to be beaten up? If you don't, they give a standing ovation to what you're going to hear. Hundreds of them at a union rally. If unions are ever going to say they're true patriots, then they got to say, get this guy out of the country. I'm tired of hearing this. That's what America is saying. Democrats are betting on a loser here. Due process arguments are not going to work on a guy like this. This is their latest. It was George Floyd. That got debunked a bit. It's the guy who stabbed the other track athlete, Carmelo Anthony, or however he says it. It's the killer of the healthcare executive. And Garcia. Garcia might be the weakest of the three in some regards. But listen to the union head.
We need to make our voices heard.
For what?
We're not red. We're not blue. We're the building trades, the backbone of America. We built a $5 billion. You want to build a $5 billion data center? Want more six-figure careers with healthcare retirement and no college debt? You don't call Elon Musk. You call us. Yeah. North America's building trades unions. And yeah, that means all of us, including our brother, smart apprentice, Kilmar Arbrega Garcia, who we demand to be returned to us and his family now. Bring him home.
All right. And again, this is not, they'll try to, get away from it, union people. This is not the teachers union. It's not the SEIU. They're vaguely anti-American and crazy. We get it. These are the building trades. And for what it's worth, Henry and I are watching it. These are mainly white building trade guys here, standing up and applauding. How often are we supposed to put up with this stuff before we say, you got to do something about your unions? I mean, you just have to. Don't tell us, well, we're not really like that. The guys, patriots, real Americans. So the real American position is to be moving heaven and earth for a guy like this, at least consorting with MS-13, here illegally for years, protective orders with the wife, and God knows what else, but he's a union brother, so blank America. We're standing with him. Who in the world would want to be so you're saying, well, they get us more, so I don't care about anything else. Same thing here in Philadelphia. If the union told you had to go out there and be knocking on doors, vote for Larry Krasner. This guy's even worse. And, well, might be a tie. 855-839-1210. Our brother, the head of the building trades. If this guy were in the studio, I don't think it can go more than 30 seconds. I can tell with this guy before it would just be a brawl. How does a guy like this get elected? How do union people stand the Democrat Party and stand guys like this? Is it worth it? Well, they get us better stuff, so yes, it's worth it. If I have to go along with everything that's un-American like this clown, that's what I'm going to do. I stand with them, not with Lake and Riley. By the way, 2 more guys were arrested in Maryland. Andy Nogo, who we've had on the show, great independent journalist, for murdering another American woman. One was arrested in the same county in Maryland where Mr. Garcia was arrested. Another was arrested out of state. Same kind of thing. How many do they have to kill, Mr. Union Big Mouth? How many of us have to have women raped, people killed? How many of us have to deal with school? Philadelphia Public Schools is out there today touting their enrollment is up. And yet, in Northeast Philadelphia, you have kids in Northeast Philadelphia, middle-class Northeast Philadelphia, who have to eat lunch at like 9:45 in the morning. Why? Overcrowding. Who's at overcrowding? Well, the Inquirer and others just say people that are here illegally. Why would you telling people to cheer this guy of all guys? Because you're out of control. Because they're afraid of you. Because unions have devolved to this. They can't claim America anymore. Garcia is not America. Garcia is anti-America. Garcia is all that's wrong with Democrats, progressives, and those that don't get traditional America. He's not our brother. He's a guy that broke into our house, has defiled it, and got away with it for how many years? And now he has a bunch of nutbags gone off to El Salvador. That's his brethren. His brethren is not America. He's made no attempt here in America other than to do whatever he wanted. So I'm going to keep playing this because it hasn't been widely played. And it's not just any local union guy. It's the head of the building. We're the building trades. Got it, buddy? We'll do what we want. 855-839-1210, AT&T, Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Well, spring is finally here. Great day today. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort, flexibility, powerful blend of green-lipped muscle complex, UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage, promote smoother, more comfortable joint movement. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use that code RELIEF, RELIEF, to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use that code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Just use the code RELIEF, RELIEF. Buy one, get one free with Rescue Glyco Plus.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember Politics in Pints. We'll be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Coming to you tomorrow, we believe, from the White House. Dan pacing back and forth, expecting...
You're going to vomit.
Well, already I have a thing. I have friends at the Heritage Foundation. We call over there. They'll put us in the suite. I broadcast from there. They put fruit out, waters, the whole thing.
Oh, so you're saying there's a backup plan?
Well, I have one in my mind. I always do, you know.
I don't know. Yeah.
My first thing going into a room is, how am I getting out of there? That's always the first thing.
Are you James Bond?
Well, no, you know,
my eggs are out here.
If it's enough already, Ro, can we go now? You know, that kind of thing. What's the easiest?
So take people behind the scenes when you
Yeah.
book these events, and
Yeah.
I've done them so many. I've been doing this for 10+ years now, going to these big
Right.
events or going to when we are invited. The thing that finally quells my anxiety is when you finally get that email with the arrival instructions.
Right.
We have not received the arrival instructions. I just want to show up outside the gate and say, "Open sesame." We've been going back and forth with the team nonstop. I just need arrival instructions, please.
All right.
Once
I'm
I get
sure-
those, Dom, I will be very happy and excited.
Sure, they're finalizing everything here. Okay. The helicopter was out. I was hoping to land somewhere there. We couldn't do it.
That's what I'm
Wasn't in the
saying, man. We
budget.
want to
Yes.
land on the South Lawn.
Yeah. So Dan has a suitable vehicle, apparently, so that would be good. We haven't discussed driving, so you'll drive the whole way, huh? Well,
Yeah.
that's unusual.
Yeah, driving
1
a
or
car.
2 feet.
That's
one foot.
I've never done this before, and back too.
Yeah, and you're driving to my path at this point, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were listening to the Dawn show, but she was starting to get some sniffles, and she saw his allergies.
Right.
I don't know, man. I'm starting to cough over here.
Italian flu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. All right, now that we're complete.
If Dom's sick next week, y'all can blame
Yeah,
me.
okay.
Yeah.
God. All right, we may need Henry to tag in. Emergency plan, Henry. I told you, it's in the contract there.
Sports from 12 to 3.
All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Let's go to Joe in Hatboro, and Joe waiting on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe. Afternoon.
How are you, Tom? Good afternoon. Great show as usual.
Thank you, Joe.
I wanted to talk about that real ID and had a question. If you don't have a real ID or have a passport that precludes you from getting into a federal building, should you be called in for federal jury duty? Or what if you get called in for an audit to the IRS? You can't go into a federal building, right? Wouldn't that preclude you from,
Can you
from
imagine?
doing either one of those things?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. You owe them millions of dollars. Your Honor, I couldn't make it in. I don't have the ID to get in there. I think they'll bring you in with a guard or something. You know what I mean, Joe? I don't know that.
They would They would make a special provision.
Right.
That auditor would send a letter
Right.
down saying,
Exactly.
allow this person to come up. And which goes to show you that they can do the same thing if you needed to get onto a plane. You shouldn't have to
Exactly.
get all this hoopla. But the other question I also had about real ID, if it's racist to require ID for voting, isn't this real ID a racist idea? Think of all the old people and minorities that won't be able to get ID now.
Well, I have to call Joe Sestak on this, my sparring partner, and ask him what he thinks. Joe, who's the person whose death passing
Frank
moved here?
Rizzo. Frank Rizzo.
Was it
I was
the
about
shock?
24 years old.
Yeah, right.
I was so excited when he was running against Ed Rendell. He would have creamed Ed Rendell without a doubt in my mind. And I had a big, huge wooden sign on my front lawn, Rizzo with the skyline in the background. And when he passed away, and I was talking to some friends later that night, my friend says, geez, you sound like, it was a family member or something. You're so upset. And I said, yeah, I said I was. I mean, he was just a great guy. I only met him once. Months prior to that at a fundraiser, and was just blown away. You know him well. What a big man he was. He was even bigger in person. And that affected me because I really believe in my heart that he would have definitely won the mayor again.
Thank you. I had the opportunity. There were 8 candidates for mayor in Northeast Philadelphia. Charlie Cooper, if he's still around, got me this. There were 1,000 people in the audience, and I was the moderator for a debate. It was with both sides somehow or another.
Ooh.
And I could tell Rizzo was not good condition. He was wheezing, walking across. I didn't think, though, and not too long after, he just took a heart attack. Jody DelBarber, our great friend, his secretary there in the office in Center City, and I think he was dead just at that point. Massive coronary. So it was shocking, and the turnout for people for Rizzo was second to none. To this day, when we play whoever the guy was, the I-team, Martin Borman, it's the funniest stuff imaginable. Of Rizzo saying, I'll put my dog inside and I'll fight all 3 of you. Bring the cameraman over here. Nobody liked him. The only character close to that, Joey Vento.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
There you go. Jim, I'm up against the clock here. We'll take a shorter break, but they called in on the unions. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'm a Teamster, and we always try to support each other. They are, other Teamsters are my brother, but where we kind of draw the line or are able to draw the line is criminal activity. We don't have to support somebody that's breaking the law.
So what do you make of the building trades, Jim? They're the most patriotic that I know. What the hell are they? That's the national president.
Yeah. I can't speak for him. I can say our national president with the Teamsters, they always support Democrats.
Right.
And we voted this year as Teamsters. They took a poll of us, and he basically said he wasn't supporting anyone because
Gotcha.
He couldn't say out loud that we all wanted to support Trump.
Gotcha. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, some unions that way. The great Colonel Alan B. West is next. Ask him about Pete Hegseth and the Army fitness test here on Talk Radio 1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, when we last talked with Colonel Alan B. West here on the Dom Show, he was jumping out of planes for a week. So he is a guy who's very much clued into physical fitness, what's going on with the military. And we thought with Pete Hegseth and this fitness test change in Hegseth in general in the Pentagon, good time to catch up with the Colonel here. Colonel Alan B. West on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Colonel, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Dom, it's great to be with you, and happy Easter, Resurrection Day, a couple of days after.
Well, thank you. Same to you, Colonel. So, Colonel, I mean, this is in the area where Pete Hegseth got caught up with Signal before. I don't like it that he has the wife on there, the personal lawyer. His brother works at the Pentagon, but not exactly directly. But it seems to be of that ilk, and they are not using Signal anymore, at least we believe. The thing that's distressing now, though, and wanted to pick your brain, is internally, and some of it seems to be back and forth about Iran, that some people didn't like our posture. Maybe they want us to hit Iran. It's very hard to tell, but something's gone on again, worse than before, arguably, to bring them down.
Yeah, I tell you, the one thing that you don't want when you have a change of command, and I participate in quite a few, you don't want that leadership turmoil in those first few months, because that's such an important transition period. And that's when a new leader has to come in and really set out his vision and what he seeks to accomplish. And if there are some things that need to be changed, you're very clear, specific, and you articulate these things. I think one of the most important things that the Secretary of Defense Hegseth has to get to is, talking about a national military security strategy, which dovetails off of the national defense security strategy, which should be coming from the National Security Advisor and that office. And so everyone needs to be on the same sheet of music, because guess what? The Constitution says clearly the only other title that the president has is Commander-in-Chief. And so I think it's important that you are inside his decision cycle, inside his head, and understands his objectives and priorities and his vision as well. But I just think it's very harmful, all of these sideshow antics and things that are coming out and distractions, because it causes people to kind of scratch their heads and go back to thinking, was this a good decision? And I think that very quickly you have to quell all of this stuff and get back to understanding your business, your task, and purpose.
Now, on the upside, though, it is pretty clear that the military recruitment numbers are up. I don't think that's and also we're going to talk about the fitness part of this. He's a very fit guy, and we're emphasizing new parts of this, and he's also emphasizing if you're going to be in combat and you're a female, you have to do the same things. So are the recruitment numbers up pretty well?
Yes, they are. There's no doubt about that. I mean, January, they were the highest in, I believe, 10 to 15 years. So I think that that's a reflection of a restoration of true leadership emanating from the person that is the commander-in-chief all the way through the Pentagon and elsewhere. So that's something that's the low-hanging fruit. And then also when you talk about physical fitness standards, yes, we need to go back to how it used to be. This is not about the whole DEI push. It's not about equity. It's not about equality of outcomes. It's about the equality of opportunity. But still, there's a standard that has to be met, and the standard should not be, lowered. No one lowered the standard for the Tuskegee Airmen, but what they said is that give us the opportunity, and we'll show we'll be just, as good a fighter pilot as anybody else.
Yeah, without a doubt. I don't know if you've seen the new test. Here are a few things in it. 2 miles, and you're a runner, so I think this is a very generous time. 2 miles in 22 minutes, Colonel.
Jeez, man. Yeah. I just ran 5 miles. I was up in Lexington, Massachusetts for the 250th anniversary of the start of the American Revolution, and they had the Lexington Patriots Day run. And, Dom, I have never run a race before where every turn you took, it was uphill. But it was 5 miles, and I finished it right at an hour. And I'm 64 years of age, and that's a 12-minute mile pace over 5 miles. So if a 64-year-old can maintain a 12-minute pace over 5 miles, I think that, without a doubt, back when I was at Fort Bragg, the standard was 4 miles in 9 minutes, 36 minutes to be in the 18th Airborne Corps. So I think that 11 minutes is incredibly generous.
Yeah, my only experience with the military in this, I got to run with David Petraeus at the height of it, Colonel, at Fort Pace. And I may have lied that I could do this in 8-minute or 8.5-minute miles. About 3 miles in, I was throwing up, I'll admit it. and General Petraeus
was a stud.
Oh, my God. And he's trying to talk about running for president. He had a woman who was a Rhodes Scholar, and, of course, he was a target then. We're running a bit off base. They're holding automatic weapons up as they're running at that pace. What chance did I have?
Little to none. But
yeah.
But, and again, remember, General Petraeus was a guy that when he was commanding at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, he got shot at a rifle range. The guy is a walking stud. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And I think that leadership, it has to emanate from the top, and we need to have those type of leaders that have that type of physical regimen, and they can, challenge the younger generations of officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers as well, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coasties, Space Force Guardians, to achieve that higher level of fitness. Because I got to tell you, I mean, some of my recent trips onto military bases and installations, it's like the donut shop. It's taken over. I mean, it's incredible. Yeah. And this whole thing about the beards and everything, even my wife says they just don't look disciplined.
Right. Yeah, exactly right. One other area I wanted to talk about, too. How realistic is it, the Iron Dome, or your sources, your sense? I've heard of North Korea over the years, vaguely, we'd be able to shoot down maybe one missile. But that's one of the president's big legacy items. If the Israelis have the Iron Dome, why don't we have a better system?
Yeah, you got the Iron Dome and also David Sling, and I think that it's already been proven that that is a very effective system. But the thing is that you have to have batteries of this. You cannot just have onesie and twosies. You have to be ready for a mass influx of missiles coming in, not just the occasional one. So if we're going to do something like that, which I think is very important when we look at in Alaska and maybe the upper northwestern coast, Oregon, Washington, we've got to have those systems there to protect us. And again, I think that's why it's important that we look at the right type of security arrangements with Greenland, because we know Russia and China are looking at expanding themselves into the Arctic Circle and seeing how they can exploit resources there, which means that if you want to exploit resources, you have to have troops to be able to secure those things. And we do not want them encroaching into a possibility of having the ability to affect us. And the other thing you have to think about, Dom, is EMP, electromagnetic pulse, where, someone could be on a ship, a vessel, out in international waters close to the American coastline, and they can fire a rocket missile into the atmosphere that can detonate and affect our electromagnetic systems.
That's a great fear. I don't know where we are with that, Colonel, but what's your principal thing now in the imminent future for listeners? What are you up to?
Hey, I tell you, one of the things we're doing at the American Constitutional Rights Union, we have the Defender Initiative, acru.org, because we want to reward sheriffs that are out there working with ICE under the 527G program. I believe that's the 527G program, so that we can get these criminal illegal immigrants off the streets. And I'm very disturbed with some of the decisions we have coming from our jurists, to include the Supreme Court, where they are placing criminal illegal immigrants and people that have broken the laws and undermined our national sovereignty to come into this country, and they want to grant them constitutional rights. I'm scratching my head on that one.
Absolutely. Where do we find all things Colonel Alan B. West?
You can go to theacru.org. Also, if you're here in the Dallas County area, dallasgop.org. We just started our municipal level elections today. It'll end on the Saturday, the 3rd of May. All the social media programs, Substack, and also the Steadfast and Loyal podcast.
Thank you, Colonel. As always, thanks for coming on today.
My honor, Don. Thanks for having me.
All right, Colonel Alan B. West here, scoffing at the idea of 2 miles in 22 minutes here in this new test. Okay, coming up, is the Trump administration really going to give $5,000 cash, a baby bonus, to every American mother after delivery? It says every, doesn't say married or anything else. One proposal would reserve 30% of scholarships for the Fulbright program. Wait a minute, people are going to have a child because they're going to get the kid into the Fulbright program? I could just see, Johnny, I'm not going into the Fulbright program. I don't know if that's an effective thing. And are we going too far? Is this the natalism thing? It's Elon Musk and all. Worried about we need American mothers to produce more babies. Something about that's a little bit squeamish with me, those kind of incentive, tax breaks, etc. Yeah, we want people to be parents and make it easier for them. Absolutely. But $5,000, I'll give you more details on that. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, today we're playing for a pair of Fandango movie codes to see Thunderbolts from Marvel Studios, only in theaters May 2nd. Second day in a row, so that must be the case. It's only in the theater one day. All right, but you'll be able to see it. All right, but it's also that you're the winner today, every day when we do this. What's the backstory?
Yeah, Dom, so today we're talking about celebrities or famous people whose deaths greatly affected us in one way or another. Right. And Dom, there's a guy who I didn't really know much about, to be quite honest, until he passed away. And it's when he died that I did a lot of research, a lot of videos of him doing his songwriting and his playing popped up. And I did a deep dive into the world of this guy and really became a strong fan. And if you listen to the Dom Show, I often say how much I respect this guy and how he's a great musician. But just before dying, he released one last song that he wrote and sang, and this is the final recording of this individual's life. Before he passed away, we're looking for who this individual is, an all-time songwriting great, and now also appear on the silver screen alongside an all-time Western great.
Okay.
But who's this singer, Dom? An all-time songwriting legend.
Going up north where the hills are winter green.
Yeah, I think I know.
I gotta leave you.
Yeah, I think you do.
On the California coast. Going where the water's clear and the air is cleaner than the California coast. Our dreams of endless summers.
Great stuff, Dom.
Great songwriter, yeah, performer, etc. All right, that might be a layup. You got to jump in right now to get a win today. 855-839-1210.
Audio.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210WPHT.com.
Are
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio, 103.9 FM.
Pope Francis's funeral will be Saturday morning at 4 a.m. our time. A new report finds that Philadelphia is growing, but federal funding cuts threaten that growth. And a 3-time organ donor recipient is trying to help raise awareness by participating in this year's Donor Dash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, here's the clue. Who's singing today?
Going up north where the hills are winter green, I gotta leave you on the California coast.
That guitar playing in the background, Dom, is a huge clue in itself. I'll say that.
Oh, yeah, exactly. All right, I think Anthony, I can snip this one. Mulligan Hill has it. Anthony, who is that?
Okay, so I don't know the song, but I'm pretty sure it's Chris Christopherson.
No!
It's
a great guess, though.
It's a
wow,
guess.
Anthony, what a guess, man.
Yeah, that's similar, but a better voice, I think, and not as growly of a voice. And I don't think, well, yeah, Christopherson was a songwriter, too.
Yeah.
But Rob on his cell. Rob, who is it?
I'm pretty sure that's Glenn Campbell.
Yes, it is Glenn Campbell, and
I'm very excited.
Oh, you are the winner. Nicely played, Rob. Enjoy. I'll put you on hold. And I never pretty much paid attention to Glenn Campbell in the manner of Dan. He's convinced me of that, though. Yes.
And it really wasn't until he died, Dom. And I so I first became familiar with Glenn. Obviously, I knew his music, but then watching The Wrecking Crew, a documentary about the great work that the session musicians in L.A. did in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. He was a big part of The Wrecking Crew, backing up the Beach Boys and all. Then spurning off a solo career where, Dom, listen to this. This repertoire is amazing that this guy has. He has 64 albums spanning 5 decades, 45 million records worldwide, including 12 gold albums, 4 platinum albums, 1 double platinum album. Obviously, that finger picking you hear in the background of Adios, his final recording before passing away, very similar to one of his big hits, Gentle on My Mind, and that's why I wanted to point that one out.
It's called Adios.
Adios.
Oh, man.
And it's about leaving behind the world and going to heaven and such, and
What was it about that, or he had Alzheimer's? Wasn't it about going into that, or no?
It could be interpreted, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That he, like Reagan, did the same thing when he knew he wasn't going to be coach.
Yeah, that's you're right.
Yeah,
you're right on money with that. Yep.
Yeah, very, very big talent. Okay, another winner. Thank you, Rob. Glad you loved that. You nailed it. We do that every day here for a great prize, and you get the title belt for the day too. It's always fun. Okay. The White House throwing all kinds of things out, ideas in recent weeks for persuading Americans to get married and have more children. A new cultural agenda pushed by many of the allies on the right to reverse declining birth rates and push conservative family values. One proposal would reserve 30% of scholarships for the Fulbright program, the international scholarship for applicants who are married or have children. Another would give a $5,000 bonus to every American mother after delivery. I don't know if they have to be married or not. A third, calls on the government to fund programs that educate women on their menstrual cycles, in part so they can better understand why they're ovulating and able to conceive. This strikes me. I'm not saying it's anything wrong with it, but this notion of more and more babies is a personal thing, and going down this path, a national policy on it, is not exactly. Something about it just strikes me. Maybe it's the Musk thing and the number of kids he has, et cetera. I'm not saying that that's what they're putting out there. But what I'm saying is it just is something a little bit off to me. All right, the other news story, and tomorrow with some of the guests, I am going to ask them about this. The Trump administration doing something that reflects where America is, I think. They are going to collect the money finally. In other words, all these people that have defaulted since when, it might be 5 years, on their student loans, they will be in the hands of debt service. So some of the people we may get tomorrow, Linda McMahon, the Education Department, maybe Treasury, maybe a few others, we are going to be, I'll ask them about that. I'm on board with it. I mean, we've been down this road before. Why is this debt so much different than other debts? And we've heard all kinds of things. Look, at one point, everybody was told you have to go to college. The mechanism was there that if you didn't, you couldn't get into certain careers. Can't apply for a sales job, it used to be in certain ways, if you didn't have a college degree. Well, that's changed a good bit, and I think more so needed. But still, the money out there, due to the COVID period and due to the Biden administration, is something that is a debt that has to be collected. So there's going to be garnishing of wages. There's going to be big stuff on this. And again, I don't know that this is 80-20. It might be 60-40, 70-30 of Americans that say, yes, we've been through this before. You got to pay up. So 855-839-1210, you'll get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Elizabeth in Jersey's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Elizabeth, afternoon.
Oh, hello, sir. Well, happy Easter to all.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I just wanted to say when I'm listening here on the app, and the Rick, Mr. Santorum interview was really good. I hate to say we're talking about death. When Pope Francis just passed away, I actually wasn't too sad. I mean, no disrespect, but I was more sad when Pope John Paul II or Benedict passed away. But anyways, I just...
Yeah, well, Rick Santorum is as good as it gets, on all these issues. He's my go-to guy. Yeah. So, Elizabeth, who's the notable person that passed that moved you paid a lot of attention to?
Well, again, in a non-adulatory way, Princess Diana. I think just because of the way that she died, and then her sons were so young, and I don't know, it just really affected me. And not, like I said, I wasn't, we have British in our blood, but it wasn't anything, I just felt so badly for her sons. So I don't know, sort of maybe more emotional about it.
I got you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thanks for that call. We appreciate it very much. Now, Mother Teresa died, a couple days before. And I always, I thought I was getting close to getting Mother Teresa on as a guest. And anybody that when you say mother in front of their name, you know who they're talking about. There's only one. I just always thought that nun was a saint among us, beyond belief, etc. And I remember, to her point, she wasn't talking about adulation of Princess Diana. It was sad, young sons, etc. But the outpouring for her versus Mother Teresa during that period of time, when they both died relatively close together, was an example of celebrity culture, big time. But, people are moved by the passing of someone because of maybe their youth, the manner that it happened, the suddenness of it, whatever. So we're doing that today as side question, coming off the Pope. Henry, I sent you guys, but I know busy. Tomorrow at the White House, I don't know if we should do, we've done this a couple years ago, but famous building / room in the building, or I always like famous addresses, 1400 Pennsylvania Avenue. So I would expect tomorrow one of those two will be something we'll do, given being at the White House. It's appropriate. And the addresses, there's a lot more that come to mind pretty easily.
Totally.
Rodeo Drive. I'll be taking Mockingbird Lane off, and it's like Budgewire. Not going to win with that, real or fictional. Everybody has an address that is pretty good. All right, so that's what the plan is tomorrow, and this stuff on student loans, even this thing, I get the notion that we want to prop up married couples with kids, but just encouraging more births through some of this stuff, it just gets to too big of a government thing to me. I'm not going down that path. Also, this is a winner. President Trump taking on Harvard is a definitive winner. This might be 90-10. People are not going to stand with Harvard on all this nonsense. The Trump administration froze another was it 100 million? They froze another billion. They froze another billion. So I think it's up to 3 billion. And case in point with the Ivies. Do you remember the Biden administration official? You may not remember her name. She was the Assistant Attorney General, Kristen Clark. And there was all kinds of problems with this woman. She's African-American female around race. And she's the one that also, and this is why people have trouble with the Ivy League big college, she's the one that had a particular penchant for going after people like Mark Houck. Mark Houck, pro-life extraordinaire here in Philadelphia. Even Larry Krasner did not see anything that he did in the mini confrontation at the abortion clinic over at 12th and Pine. And yet, this woman, through the Justice Department, the FACE Act, Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, concocted the scheme where we showed up with federal agents, state agents, heavily armed, 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning, Mark Houck's house out there in, where is it, in Bucks or was it in Montco? I want to say Montco. With 7 kids in the house. You can imagine, with rifles pointed, heavy duty pointed at them. She's now teaching at Penn. And what's she teaching? The Biden Department of Justice civil rights official behind all this, of course, civil rights. This is the type of stuff where we're not going to take it anymore. We're not going to take people like this that just float big ticket items through Ivy League schools after what they did. In what universe? And in Philadelphia, it didn't take long for the jury to say that Mark Houck was not guilty. When Larry Krasner will not go after you, and yet they sigged the Justice Department on you, and she was the chief agent of this. She's now at Penn, probably big ticket, and a couple of other schools, prattling on about civil rights. What about the civil rights of Mark Houck, who I believe still has a big lawsuit out there, and I'm convinced he's going to win a substantial amount of money, and he should. Big time. That was one of the most, even for the Biden, how they went after Catholics. And I'm still waiting for an answer. Hopefully, Kash Patel's got a lot of other big stuff. I want him to bring in those people in the Richmond FBI office who said, we are going to surveil, take license information, etc., on Catholics who were going to the traditional Latin Mass. Remember that? You don't forget about things like this. She's at Penn. This is what they're about. They're not fooling anyone. Harvard thinks they're going to make us cry uncle on this. How is that? How is that going to work? Their endowment is $53 billion. They shouldn't be getting this money anyhow. I hope they don't get any of it, not a dime. Let them dip into their endowment if they want to save the world. All right, phone lines. Hit us with that notable passing that moved you. You were shocked, whatever it might be. You stopped and you thought about it. We've taken things like JFK off the board. Henry had a sports one. Dan had several. We'd love to hear yours at 855-839-1210. First, though, let me remind you about Sicily. Bro and I are thrilled to be hosting our listeners going with us. We've been to Italy twice before. There was quite a space between, but every time we went to Italy, this is the third, we went with Conservative Tours, the very best. The Grand Tour of Italy, we've done that. We've been to Rome. Venice was unbelievable. But now Sicily, the cultural marks that have been left by the Germans, the Spaniards, the Normans, way back, and the beauty. Mediterranean Europe, that's Sicily, and Calabria this fall. And when you're headed there, Conservative Tours, you've heard Dawn talk about it, you've heard me, nobody does it better. $55.44, including airfare. Dining events we enjoy are the stuff of legend, bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All you have to do is pick up the phone, get all the information, and get ready to join us. 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. We'll have the Godfather part of the tour. That's right, visit the locales from all three movies. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Taormina is the big hot spot, Sicily, Savoca, all of these places, and you'll do it in great style with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. So call 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Bridget and Paula Powers, identical twins.
And he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, run, he's got a gun. Our heart started to pound, and I said, well, Mum, where's Mum?
If they want to do mornings, they can go host an hour of Kale and Company.
Powers and Company. See, if I was the news reporter there, I would have asked both of them to say, can you put another shrimp on the ballroom? I just want to hear that.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Roe watches it still. That American Idol, apparently a little kerfuffle. I didn't know that Carrie Underwood had the sway on that show, but apparently she did because they recently did, I don't know if it was on Easter night, they did a faith-based episode where the stars performed and the people in American Idol also performed around religious songs. And I'm looking at the Daily Caller today saying they were reportedly divided about doing that. And Carrie Underwood was the one who pushed that episode. Just kind of interesting. I'd love to see that, appropriate. Fox put stuff on Easter that was religiously. If there's any day you're going to do it and you're looking for a niche, I'll settle for that, too. The fact it's religious, that would be the time to do it. And the songs were non-denominational. They were not, I don't know if there was anything Muslim, a song or any, but I mean, they were not proselytizing a particular sect or religion. How Great Thou Art, I think Carrie Underwood did, all-time song. And the song that always gets me when done at funerals, since we're talking about people passing, is Amazing Grace. When that's done well, there's just nothing like it.
Yeah. No, that does tug at the heartstrings for
sure. Oh,
sure.
yeah, without a doubt. So we're looking for, wow, I see some interesting answers here. When someone passed in the wake of Pope Francis, who is it that either moved you, you were shocked, even if you knew it was coming, something about it jumped out at you? Blavitt and Frank Rizzo here locally. Back, we were still CBS then, so I remember when the Phillies were on Talk Radio 1210, the big talker then. I got to do the play-by-play when they memorialized Harry Callis at Citizens Bank Park with the WIP host.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was quite HOF on the side, on the first base side. I don't remember what they put on third, but just an all-time great. Nobody, I mean, I've heard great voices, but that fit baseball. And when Richie Ashburn passed, that was shocking because there was no indication of, well, there wasn't with Cowis either, and he died at a ballpark. Was it opening day? It was something like opening day of the second day of the year at the Nationals.
Very early on.
Yeah, at the Nationals. And that duo could not be more beloved than anybody that's ever done broadcasting in Philadelphia. I mean, it's just impossible to beat that. So those passings, people were in shock. I think more with Ashburn, maybe a little bit. It was no indication of anything. Let's go to Chris in Malvern on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chris, afternoon.
Hi. Of course, he had been battling cancer for a while.
Yes.
And he had gestation in for him. But the day that his wife announced to start a show that Rush Limbaugh had died, it slipped my mind. And I was driving, and I was just so impacted by that. I just had to pull over.
Wow.
And I sat in the parking lot of this church listening. It was something to hear that he was dead.
Yeah. Do you know that Philadelphia, Chris, was the last market out of the 10 big markets that took the Rush Limbaugh show? But once we did, it was so big. I went to 5 of them. All the hosts went to Seafood Shanty. Hundreds of people would show up to listen to the Rush Limbaugh show at Seafood Shanty's eating seafood. I mean, who else could draw? You're listening to the radio eating seafood. So that's a bigness. I never practice when I'm going to introduce somebody, big guest or whatever. I mean, I might sketch something out. I want to be extemporaneous. But for Limbaugh, I introduced him, Rush, at the Academy of Music when he was well. There was no indication of anything. And we practiced to get it down to 59 seconds. They timed me, if you can imagine. So, yeah.
Can Henry do his bumper music once?
Sure. We'll play that for you coming up. I think we can still do that, Henry, if we have it there. I think his bumper, who is it, the Pretenders?
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy.
Do you have it, though?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on the phone.
Yeah, the Rush Limbaugh bumper music was a request.
Look around.
Okay, next break, we'll bring it up. 855-839-1210. We are waiting, for Robert Kennedy Jr. to drop at 4 o'clock today during Rich's show this notion of going after dyes in foods and candies is the point of emphasis today. So I hope when we're at the White House tomorrow that we have a shot that Kennedy is one of the people we get to have on that you can hear. But I'm pretty much thinking the president's going to be there, but I don't know if he's going to be on Radio Row with us. But we are going to have, all the cabinet members, I would think, are going to be there. And a lot of people today are crediting the guy that I credit a lot, Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, for the surge in the market. I don't want to spoil it. I won't tell you how much it's up. I want to wait to the final gong today since days have been lean like this. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Man, these farmers being touted on Fox, former Yankees coach, they're spending like a couple $1,000s a week to feed the pigs. It's a MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, friendly farm. But that's a lot of money. Is that what we're going to be required to do here? Wow. All right. So Kennedy is in his lane today. This is the lane that I'm intrigued by, the food supply. And how this plays out is going to be big stuff at 4 o'clock today. 855-839-1210. It is the lightning round next. Hit us with that death that moved you, shocked you. You had some kind of reaction to it I see a couple here. Yeah. Kennedy, I think, is arguably the all-time. 500 books have been written about it, still debated today. Prime of Life, the shock of that, America in shock when that went down, then the funeral, John, etc. That's probably, locally, Frank Rizzo, and recently Jerry Blavat. Those are two that are memorable. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember, Politics in Pints will be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it appears to be a lot of speculation with some trade deal with China all of a sudden, Bessent and others, and the White House tomorrow, if that's the case, and anything. Oh, thank you, Henry. Let it play out a little bit. There's your request. Yeah. one of the most famous entrance songs in the history of media. It appears that there could be something moving forward with China. Maybe that's why the markets are reacting this way. We hope to bring you that tomorrow if that's the case. Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Joe, good afternoon. Hi.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good Tuesday. Good Easter Tuesday to you.
Thank you, Joe.
After I present my answer, I have a comment. But the celebrity whose death shocked me is the Texan classical pianist Van Cliburn, who had won a piano competition in Moscow, after which he began his career as a professional pianist. And then shortly thereafter, he dies. I don't know what he died of.
Well, you know, I always admired him, Joe. It was the first one that I paid attention to other than Liberace because he beat the Russians in Moscow, as you said. That's hard to believe, you know. Not exactly going to be looking at an American competitor. Yeah, that's a name, without a doubt. What was your comment, Joe?
Yeah. You were interviewing Colonel West, and Colonel West touched on Greenland.
Yes.
The reason why Trump is so keen on Greenland is that he wants to install an Iron Dome defense system similar to the one that Israel has.
Well, absolutely. You heard what Colonel West said. It might take more than just there, but you're right. That's why it's strategically important. Thank you, Joe. And again, this is in the news because of the problems, you know, the battle going on with the media going after Pete Hegseth. Does that delay then getting movement on the Iron Dome, aside from even Greenland? Let's go to Karen in North Carolina. Karen, who's your person today?
Hey, Dub.
Hi.
Your favorite fan in North Carolina.
Thank you, Karen, very much.
Yep, you entertain me on many, many days, and I appreciate it. My person that really shocked me was a U.S. figure skater named Lawrence Owen. And I'm thinking of this because of the recent plane crash where we lost a lot of young figure skaters.
Yes. Right.
But Lawrence Owen went down with a plane in 1961 with the entire U.S. figure skating team. She had just won the North American Skating Championships in Philadelphia. And she was the U.S. national champion, too. She was 16 years old and was on her way to the World Championships in Prague. And the plane went down in Belgium. It set back American figure skating several years until we got to Peggy Fleming. But if she has a long Wikipedia article, and she was known as the Winchester Pixie. And I was a little kid, and I looked at her picture on the cover of Sports Illustrated and went, oh, man, she's dead. Oh, I mean, it hit me as a little 10-year-old kid.
Sure. That's a great example. Thank you, Karen. Thanks for the kind words, too. Henry with Michael Jackson, and Dan had one with, I forget the person. We said, oh, people die.
Cameron Boyce.
Yes, even though it wasn't a fan thing or whatever. It just hit you. Some of these deaths, well, this next one, again, this was huge because of the Coast Guard searching, and there was hope out there for quite a period of time, might be alive. John in Belmar. John, who's yours?
Hi, Dom. This poor kid was 38 years old, and you just mentioned him when you were talking about his father.
Right.
And he had so much to live for, and he was at the top of his game. And on his way to his cousin's wedding at Hyannisport, and JFK Jr.'s plane just went right into the ocean with his wife and sister-in-law.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we
25 years ago.
Yep. Thank you, John. We had quite a search that went on, a lot of resources, Coast Guard, Air Force, etc. Yes. Again, not sure of his skills as a pilot, but that was Camelot's final. Well, we still have Caroline Kennedy, but that was the next in line and had done a lot of things. And that little boy, John, is still one of the moments that Americans remember from the assassination. Okay. All right. It is time to pick a winner and tell you what's on the agenda for tomorrow. So, Henry, we've had some great ones. What do you like?
Yeah. Man, it's a really tough one out there. I want to say, just based on their answers and the way they spoke with such passion for him, I want to say Joe and Hatboro with the answer of Frank Rizzo. That seemed to really break him up. Like he said, it was almost like it was in his own family.
And he was young then. Yeah, he was in his 20s. Yep.
I thought Karen in North Carolina's answer of Laurence Owen, it broke her up as a 10-year-old. I think that's what we're looking for today. And Chris and Malvern, spoke very kindly about Rush Limbaugh. I thought those were the three best answers.
Yeah, the one that was the most emotional in some ways was Chris and Malvern and Rush. Yeah, let's go with Chris and Malvern, actually asking to hear the entrance music again. So, yeah, and Rush made this slot the spot. So I'm honored to be in it. I don't know how many years this is, but Rush Limbaugh, when we say pioneer, there's nothing close. When you have to practice to get it down to 59 seconds, the intro, we don't do it with anybody else. So Academy of Music almost sold out with Rush Limbaugh at big ticket prices when he came here.
Wow.
All right. We hope to be striking all kinds of things tomorrow from noon until 3 from the White House. I mean, we both have gray suits. What could go wrong? RFK Jr. today announces something big, and the markets like whatever the Treasury Secretary and others are saying. Huge rally today. We'll bring you all that from the White House tomorrow. Follow on Twitter as Dan and I make it there. Is it the odd couple traveling to the White House tomorrow? Go to @DomShow1210, @DomShow1210. There may be a video or two we put up there if we can drive. Rich is next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual